You're good to go, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome you all to the August Marine Fish Advisory Commission business meeting, August 2022. And first and foremost, introductions, announcements, and review. We need to review the agenda.
We also need to do a roll call attendance of commission members.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jared.
Formality.
Call it, make the roll call. You can do it.
All right, Raymond Kane.
Here.
Tim Brady.
Here, Tim Brady.
Bill Amarello.
Here.
Ricky Sawyer.
Here.
Bill Goldman. Khalil.
Here.
Lou Williams.
Here.
Mike Pearnock.
Good morning.
Shelley Edmondson.
Here.
Bill Doyle is absent. Did I miss anyone? I did not. Okay, Mr. Chair, proceed.
Okay, let's move on. Review the agenda. Do I need consensus on this? Do we need a motion, Jared, or will consensus work, or does
You don't
anybody?
need a motion on the agenda if there's no amendments.
Does anybody want to amend the agenda?
I'm not seeing any hands raised.
So approved. Review and approval of the June 16, 2022 business meeting minutes. Any comments, changes? If not, I need a motion or
Tim Brady, motion to approve.
Shelley, second.
thank you. All those in favor?
Roll call vote.
All those in favor?
Tim Brady,
Tim Brady, aye.
Bill Amaru,
Aye.
Ricky Sawyer,
Aye.
Bill Doyle,
Aye.
Khalil Bogdan,
Aye.
Lou Williams,
Aye.
Mike Pearnock,
Aye.
Shelley Edmondson.
Aye.
Approved unanimously.
Thank you very much. Opening comments. I would like to thank everybody who participated at our June 60th anniversary celebration down to New Bedford. I thought it was a good event. We had a lot of ex-commission members and different people attending, DMF staff. And I found it intriguing, to say the least, because it was the first formal get-together meeting we had in 2.5 years. So my hat's off to the entire DMF staff putting that on, and I think everybody enjoyed it. That's my opening comment. Commissioner Amadon.
Good morning, Chair Kane, and good morning to all of the board. As most of you know, I have asked that all of you be reappointed to your current positions. You guys have done such a great job. We decided you should be punished for yet again another term, and ask you to devote a large amount of time that you always do to do the extremely good job and thoroughly ensure that we are headed in the right direction. So we really appreciate your time, your effort, and your sincerity as to how this board is conducted. And some of you have received your background check notices, and I know you filled them out and sent them in. They are being processed. And those of you that may have just received them or about to receive them, please make sure you expedite them as quickly as possible. I want to ensure that you folks are all seated back in your place before the end of this year. And that'll conclude my comments, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions for the Commissioner?
I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Thank you, Jared. Lieutenant Bass, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, good morning. Thank you. Yeah, just to be brief, I think our fishing season's well underway. We finally closed out the commercial striped bass season. Filled that quota a week or two ago. Pretty much without incident, some minor violations, but sure you all saw the news. The big incident was a whale landing on a boat, which took up a bit of our efforts. Those couple of whales seem to still be around. Outside of that, I think we've also kind of been working around that permanent revocation, although I think that's in a discussion item later. Figuring out the best ways to trial and error. Something seems easier said than done, but I guess that's going to come up later. But beyond that, I think we have 3 new officers out being trained right now. I'm not sure the next contingent or what's going on with that, but 3 new faces are out there now getting trained. And with that, I have nothing further.
Any questions for Lieutenant Bass? I have one for you, Lieutenant Bass. So these officers who are being trained, are they just filling attrition voids, or are they actually adding numbers to boots on the ground?
No, I believe you're correct. This is via COVID attritions.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. If there's no other questions for Lieutenant Bass, Director McKiernan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ray, and good morning, everyone. I'll follow up on Matt Bass's comments about the whales off of Plymouth. I think it's one of the stories that people are talking about this summer at the backyard barbecues. I tell people it's really a story of good fisheries management. The menhaden population is very robust. Our commercial fisheries quota is essentially reached, while there's some small harvest still going on. That big ball of pogies down off Plymouth is pretty safe, and you've got a lot of whales attracted to it. You've got a lot of striped bass attracted to it. You've got a lot of striped bass anglers attracted to it, and that really is the story. So, not to mention the fact that humpback whales are also a delisted species under the Endangered Species Act. Anyway, all right. I want to talk also about Mark Amarello. I ran into him at the Island Creek Oyster Bar in Duxbury on Sunday. It was a chance encounter, and he was still smiling about him receiving the Belding Award and the tuna sculpture gift. The award definitely came as a huge surprise to him, and it was especially meaningful for him because he was involved in voting or awarding 18 different Belding Awards when he was on the commission, and most of those years as chairman. And he's always been a real supporter of the award, and he was completely taken by surprise. I was standing at the podium and I announced his name. I noticed that he was staring off into the sky and just kind of daydreaming, and his head snapped real quick. He didn't see that coming. And of course his son was there and his granddaughter was there, but his wife didn't come because she didn't want to tip it off. So the family knew, but Mark was in the dark. So it was really a great event for all of us to honor Mark at that time. We've got a packed agenda today, so I don't want to get into anything that we're going to cover. I do want to mention the budget, and we have 10 really interesting earmarks. And I've asked Jared to create a slide for us, and I just want to go over these briefly. You might find them interesting. This was a very robust budget this year. If you follow the news, there was a substantial surplus in state revenues this year, and I think all the earmarks that were proposed by the conference committee were adopted. And so the first one is a $40,000 contract, or will be a contract, to Coonamessett Farm Foundation. If folks are familiar with that, it's Ron Smolowitz, who is a kind of a well-known fishery researcher and advocate. He runs a private foundation down in Falmouth, and does a lot of interesting work. But he wants to conduct a study identifying and researching the resilience of the Massachusetts seafood industry. So we'll see what comes of that. But these are contracts that we'll have to set up consistent with the budgetary language. And as soon as we get permission from Administration of Finance to release those funds, we'll do that. The next was a $100,000 earmark for great white shark tags, transmitters and receivers. And I believe that was sponsored by Sarah Peak. on the Outer Cape. Next is an $80,000 earmark to the Center for Coastal Studies to aid in the investigation of behavior of gray seals and white sharks. Center for Coastal Studies is collaborating with Greg Scomo, and they're trying to understand, the where and the when that white sharks prey on seals. It's a very interesting study, and it helps to kind of tap into some of those public safety issues. If there's any time or place that's more risky to be swimming in, I think Greg's trying to figure that out with the CCS folks. Next is a $30,000 earmark for the Upper Nemasket River sediment removal. That's an interesting one, but it's in our budget. The fifth one is kind of a standard shellfish propagation for basically Cape and the islands. That comes and goes, and it's usually present in most years. We write $50,000 awards to those three entities: Barnstable County, Nantucket, and then the Martha's Vineyard Shellfish Group, which occupies the Hughes Hatchery. So each of them get a $50,000 check for shellfish propagation. $195,000 for the Gloucester Marine Genomics Institute. That's a group we've been collaborating with. Anne Margaret Ferranti is a big supporter of theirs, and they really do some excellent work. And this particular study was to develop a test for the detection of harmful algal blooms, which is something that Jeff Kennedy and Chrissy Pettypass of our staff are hoping to work on with them. The next one is similar to last year, $550,000 for the Marine Fisheries Institute, which is to work with SMAST on species that are managed by the New England Council. And typically those funds go to Dr. Kevin Stokesbury, or the bulk of those funds go to Dr. Kevin Stokesbury for his open cod end video trawl survey that he's developing. So he's been at that, I think, about 7 or 8 years, and he's trying to refine those approaches. This next one is Bruce Tarr sponsored this one. It's a grant program to assist lobstermen with the costs associated with the whale plan. Specifically, we plan to bring relief to those dual permit holders, which is the folks that have state and federal permits that also fish both sides of the line. Because at the 11th hour in our conservation program, we required a different marking scheme when those fishermen go over the line. And a lot of fishermen said it was too burdensome to be changing the marking on buoy lines, and they would prefer just to have a second set of buoy lines for when they move the gear, on either side of the line. And so this would help them purchase or be reimbursed for their purchase of replacement lines. Next is a $75,000 earmark to the Cape Cod Commercial Fishermen's Alliance to study winter flounder. This is something I've been talking to the group about for about a year. We want to do some more work on identifying time and places of winter flounder spawning, especially as it relates to the time of year windows that DEP or the Army Corps might put on something like a dredging project. The historical literature has suggested that winter flounder come in the midwinter, then they spawn and then they leave. And in order to protect those vulnerable life stages, we have time of year windows where, all dredging has to be completed. So typically down around the Cape, it's by January 31st. We want to re-examine some of those seasonal trends to see if it's possible that anything has changed, or whether that information was even accurate in the first place. And I think I'm kind of excited about though. So anyway, so that particular award is something we'll work with the Alliance on to probably figure out how to include some fishermen collaborators to help us do some field work. Then last is kind of a complicated one, comes from the North Shore. I'm not sure if Senator Tarr endorsed this one or not, but it has to do with green crab trapping, and then also working on some other issues such as mapping of the Great Marsh up in the Plum Island Sound area, work on microplastics. Anyway, there's a lot there. That's probably going to be a direct contract to Merrimack Valley Planning Commission, I believe. But anyway, I just wanted the commission to be made aware of these kind of earmarks. And it's interesting because it is a pretty good cross section of kind of the relevant issues that we're facing that I think our legislators are in tune with. And that's why you see some of these earmarks. All right.
Pardon me, Dan.
Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, can we address that? Has anybody got questions for the director on his recent proposals and what was passed by the legislature?
I got a question, Ray.
Suki, you're recognized.
Good morning, Ray. Dan, is there any, do they need any money for the oxygen studies that go on in the lower Cape Cod Bay there? Is that funded?
I think that's funded. Is Kevin on the call?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
Yes, Suki, we did actually asked for additional funds in our appropriation. So it's not an earmark, but it was approved by the governor in the legislature. So we do have that DO studies funded for this year.
Okay, I just wondered, I didn't see it on this list yet. I thought it might be part of that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Suki. Any other questions for the director on the subject matter?
Not a question, but I have something I'd like to say about the flounder allocation.
Bill Amaru, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thanks, Dan. You may remember there was a time a couple of years ago, year and a half ago, when we talked about blackbacks and dredging in the Cape waters. And I was starting to work with one of the scientists at the division who then left, I forgot her name, to work with the feds, and that project kind of got put on hold. But I'm glad to see now that there's an allocation of funds that will actually get started on doing some research that would bring more knowledge and quality knowledge about the blackback populations in these areas that need dredging. Dredging is a constant need to keep our harbors and ports clear and safe. And the need to have a more liberal time frame remains a critical one for our Cape harbors and ports. So I'm very pleased to see that money allocated. I have my own feelings about the populations of blackbacks these days, but maybe a scientific overview will bring knowledge that will be usable and we can expand our timescales for our dredging. So great news, and the rest of the projects look interesting. Some of them look like they might bear fruit. Some of them, I don't know. We'll see how it works out, but it's great to know that that our industry is, has a target for participation from the government for funding.
Mhm.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. Director, the floor is yours.
Okay, I also want to report that we've been collaborating with ASMFC and the other New England states to develop a spending plan for the sea herring disaster funds and also funds to support lobstermen's gear replacement and the vessel tracking. We're going to talk about a couple of those issues, later, but it's a complicated process where we've got to, meet with the other states to share these federal awards, and it's something we're working on. Another issue that I want to bring to your attention is later in the meeting, we're going to see the quota management update. And, you'll see that some of our species are really lagging behind previous years. And, this comes at a time when we have increased commercial quotas, such as the fluke fishery. So, in some ways, I kind of consider those presentations as our report card, our collective report card of, how well did we regulate these fisheries in a way that meets certain objectives, such as a good steady stream of seafood products. So I'm looking forward to that. I do want to mention that we have been spending a lot of time in the office trying to figure out the biomedical horseshoe crab fishery as it relates to the bait harvest, the quota that is managed for the bait harvest. There's a second company in town that has enlisted many of the boats that used to fish for the bait fishery, and they're fishing strictly for the biomedical use. And our regulations, may need to be amended in the future to catch up with some of the practices and some of the some of the the objectives of the interstate plan. There's an assumption that the harvest of biomedical crabs, and I should say the harvest, bleeding, and release of biomedical crabs results in about a 15% mortality. We want to make sure that it doesn't exceed that, and we also want to make sure that we have a good handle on the total removals from the population. So we've been in numerous conversations with both of the biomedical firms, with many of the fishermen, and I'll guarantee you there will be a lot to talk about over the fall. And I look forward to working with the staff and with the fishermen to work out some better management strategies, or cleaner ones, especially those that result in verifiable catches, because that's the most important thing. A program like this has to have integrity. As far as menhaden goes, we're also going to be looking at an addendum, I think, by next winter. So there's opportunities to tweak some of our menhaden harvest rules, especially if they, at the interstate level, if things get tweaked, such as the 6,000 pound limit that's allowed after the quota is closed, especially if there's amendments to the so-called episodic event set aside, where after you catch your quota, you can go ask for more. And Nicola is on the point of the spear of that for us, and she's doing a great job. So I look forward to having a meeting with those folks. Story and Nicola and Jared and I, we spend a lot of time on that. So we're going to probably have an industry meeting over the fall as well. And finally, the commission has a permitting subcommittee, and I know members have been anxious to get this thing, reconvened. And I was talking to the staff this week, and we'd like to reconvene that committee in the second half of September. And the reason for that extra delay is I know the staff want to do some analyses so that we can bring forward to you, not just anecdotes, but maybe some statistics and some useful information to guide the discussion.
Dan, can you remind what commission members sit on that subcommittee?
I'm going to turn to Jared for that.
I have to dig into my notes, Ray. I don't have that offhand.
Okay, I believe it's Lou Williams, Michael Pearnock, and Bill Amaru.
It sounds reasonable to me. I'll have to dig into the notes, but I'll send an email around later tonight, reminding those members that they're on that subcommittee.
Thank you, Director, for bringing that one up, because I've been asked by many younger fishermen about access to the state fisheries. So I was going to bring this up, but thank you, Director, for bringing it up and remembering that we had that subcommittee.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, one more thing before we move on. As getting back to the horseshoe crab challenges, in past years when when it appears we're not going to reach the annual quota, I have used my authority with some feedback from you all, personal calls to individually to you folks about raising the trip limit kind of in real time. And so this particular year is a kind of a chaotic one, in that most of the fleet has shifted over to the biomedical activity, which means those crabs would not be counted against the quota. They'd be brought in, they'd be bled, they'd be returned back to the sea, presumably with a mortality rate less than 15% or less, which leaves the commercial quota kind of uncaught, or likely to be uncaught at the rate we're going. So the current limit is 300 crabs per day for those who hold the horseshoe crab bait permit. And I would like to increase that to 500 based on feedback that I've gotten from, or that staff have gotten from some of the participating vessels and the dealers. And we don't expect, a big rush to do that. But one of the reasons for that is the biomedical daily limit is 1,000 crabs. And that's a remnant from when we first adopted the plan back in the early 2000s. That was basically the maximum number of crabs one of the beach harvesters or the biomedical harvesters would have in his possession, including that which was carved up. It really doesn't make much sense. But what we've come to learn is that most of the biomedical harvesters are catching around 500 crabs a day. And so it doesn't make sense for us to have a differential trip limit, or there will be a differential trip limit, but it doesn't make sense for us to have the fleet. And they've complained about this, that many of them are going over to the biomedical side so they can make more money because they can take more crabs. So I'd like to even the playing field by increasing the trip limit to 500, because that's kind of the informal limits that have been placed on the biomedical harvesters by the company, because obviously they have their own bottleneck and limitations about how many they can accept. So if I just wanted to let the commission know that I intend to do that, and if you want, we can discuss that maybe under number 5, but I just wanted to bring that up.
Very good, Dan. Anything else?
No, thank you, Ray.
Moving on, vessel trackers for federal lobster permit holders.
Yep, thanks, Ray. Jared's got a slide deck that I think we're going to see, and we'll kind of walk through those. The electronic tracking of federal permit holders is an interesting one. It gets to the, actually Jared's got an opening slide, which is going to describe kind of all of the items first. So Jared, why don't you go through so the commission can get a kind of omniscient view of all the things that we're going to do this fall with public hearings. Thank you.
So over the last meeting and this meeting, we're going to be going over a number of things. I just kind of wanted to give you some framework as what to expect moving forward with the public hearing schedule. So prior to the next commission meeting, which is currently scheduled for September 13th via Zoom, we're going to begin that commission meeting with a 8 a.m. public hearing. And that public hearing is going to be to finalize the recreational fishing limits for cod and haddock. As we discussed in the last meeting, then subsequently sent a letter to NOAA Fisheries on the federal rulemaking for Georges Bank cod and Gulf of Maine cod and haddock has been rather delayed this year. Rules that were supposed to be in place for May 1. The Georges Bank cod rules didn't get in place until late July, and we're tentatively looking at a September 1 timeline for the Gulf of Maine cod and haddock limits. But these are the limits that are being proposed by the feds. We've adopted the Georges Bank cod limits on an emergency basis to match the federal rules, and we intend to do the same for Gulf of Maine cod and haddock. But we want to then, put those on the books more formally. So we'll be holding that public hearing at the September meeting and then voting that up at that meeting as well. Then following that, we're going to have a fall omnibus public hearing. Generally, we have these hearings in December, but given the pressing needs for some of these issues that Dan will describe, with regard to the vessel trackers, as we discussed at the last meeting with the mackerel permit endorsement, we want to get these done sooner, and we also don't want to delay rulemaking until the winter, given the imminent change in administrations and how there's usually, we could expect a rulemaking bottleneck at the beginning of 2023 as a new administration comes in. That's a typical issue that they usually put a 6-month moratorium on, new rules that aren't mandatory. So, we're anticipating that. So, we'd like to get out the public hearing with these items in October. That includes the mako retention and mackerel bag limits that we discussed in June, and the various items we intend to discuss today. And lastly, Amendment 23 and the groundfish maximum retention program, which we'll probably put together a memo for you at the September meeting as we're waiting for the final rule to be announced and finalized at the federal level. So that's just kind of an overview. And I'll turn this back to Dan to discuss the first item, which is electric trackers for federal lobster permit holders.
Dan?
Thank you, Jared. Oh, look at that. Thanks, Jared. That's great
we have
first
a
slide.
question first, if you don't mind. Mike Pearnock.
Okay, sure.
Hey, thank you, Jared. Just a quick question. As you pointed out, the federal Georges Bank measures are in place. But am I correct to interpret that the state ones are not at this point? It won't be till September?
No, if I said that, I misspoke. So we have the day that the feds announced the Georges Bank rules, we follow suit with an emergency regulation for state rules. That's in effect for 90 days. The September 1 was the Gulf of Maine cod and haddock. My contact at NOAA Fisheries has indicated that's the day that they're aiming for, is to get something in place by September 1. Like Georges Bank cod, once I get word that that is being, finalized at the federal level, I will work to file a state regulation that day that goes into effect immediately, so that there is no time lag. These have been bottlenecked, and we won't be the bottleneck moving forward with this. We've lined this up to get it done, in concert with the federal government.
Thank you, Jared.
Back to you, Dan.
Okay, so the first is going to be a compliance measure with the interstate plan, and that is the requirement for federal lobster vessels to install approved tracking devices. DMF staff, namely Anna Webb, Nick Buchanan, Story Reed, helped develop or test some of these devices, and they're inexpensive. They stay on all the time, and they're going to be lined up with another federal change for next year, which is mandatory electronic vessel trip reports. So lobstermen who have federal permits are going to be reporting on federal VTRs in the future. One of the deficiencies in fisheries management relating to data collection has been the lobster fishery, because the federal government isn't the primary authority on lobster management. They're a member of the lobster board, and granted, they do have their own authority in the federal zone, but they do defer to the commission on its rulemaking in almost all cases. But at the same time, it also means they don't put a whole lot of resources into it at the same time. And I think that has really hurt the lobster fishery, and we've tried to bring it to their attention, the need for more comprehensive data collection. It's made worse by the fact that the state of Maine forever has only required a 10% reporting requirement. That is, randomly chosen 10% of the harvesters report their fishing activities. All the data does get collected by dealers, presumably, but when it comes to the harvest reports, that data is much better for places like locations of fishing, and also estimating fishing effort, like how many traps did you haul and the like. Sales, of course, to the dealers, that gets collected in its entirety. But the stock assessment folks don't feel it's enough. We really want position data, which we do have for every other gear type in the federal zone, just about. I mean, the scallopers, the surf clammers, the groundfish vessels, they're all using vessel monitoring systems or their equivalent. And so when it comes time to regulate, or like for purposes of protecting whales, or to try to find an optimal location for a wind array, or when it comes time to attribute landings to given different locations, when the stock assessment scientists do their work, they really could use better data. And if you look on your screen, you'll see the map that DMF gives out. You can see the state water statistical areas and how relatively small they are. But in the upper right-hand corner, you can see those rather massive federal zones. And I know Bob Glenn is on the call, and he's dealt with this at so many levels that it's just so frustrating that we don't have a better delineation of the footprint of the federal lobster fishery. The state lobster fishery, could we use trackers there? Yeah, maybe, but it's not as critical because we have reporting to the within all those stat areas. The other problem is, for a long time, and up until next year, of course, federal government didn't mandate any reporting. So the reports that we were getting were those from the state, that have state landing permits, and also those vessels that just by chance might have another permit in their portfolio that requires VMS. I'm sorry, that requires VTRs. And so for some boats, we do have a vessel trip report with a single position, but it's pretty inadequate. So anyway, we want to go to rulemaking. We want to adopt this. We'd like to get it in place by May 1st, so that the beginning of the fishing year, we'll be getting, when we say fishing year, that's like the trap tag issuance period. Obviously some vessels do fish year round, but we want to get it in place as soon as possible. I see real benefits, especially when we get into the offshore wind discussions. You know, lobster is king in the Gulf of Maine, and the fact that there may not be sufficient data for the lobstermen to sort of demonstrate where they fish and when they fish is going to be a problem. So the sooner we can get this data, the better. So I want to do this by May 1. The plan addendum says by the end of 2023, but I don't think that's wise to wait that long. We're going to be getting federal funds through ASMFC to pay for this. We're going to issue probably a grant to either to individual fishermen or maybe to an organization that might be able to disperse this. But we're looking at giving out between $1,000 and $1,500 per vessel that will cover the cost of the device and a couple of maybe 2 or 3 years of the data plan. And then after that, the vessel would be have to pay for that on their own. Actually, they'll probably have to pay for it on their own up front, and we'll be reimbursing them. I don't think there'll be additional reimbursement funds after this initial money is spent. And the reason this money came through was at the board level, at the ASMFC lobster board level, we had a meeting. There was some pushback. Much of the pushback was related to cost. And I think some of the states, I know New Hampshire and Maine, they rendezvoused, they huddled over this, and then they went to their senatorial delegation, and they got an increased award. There was already 10 million being talked about to assist lobstermen with the right whale plan, much like the Bruce Tarr amendment that I had mentioned, the 500,000. And there's some federal money there as well. So at the 11th hour, another 4 million was added to this. And so we'll be giving that money out, as will the other states, to all eligible federal permit holders. And in Massachusetts, that runs about 300, those that have federal permits and are active over the last few years. So I'll take any questions.
Questions for the director?
Not saying any hands raised, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Okay.
Okay, Dan, I have one question going back to that omnibus. I know there was discussion about the Menhaden. Will we be making that a spatial seasonal fishery next year before the new administration comes in? You know, there was talk about trip limits so that we could have bait for the lobster and crab fishery throughout the summer. Will that be in the omnibus?
Dan, I can speak to that. Right. Our changes to quota managed fisheries that we usually make are we're probably going to have to try to finesse that with the new administration. We haven't, as the seasons are ongoing for many of these fisheries, not Menhaden, but that had just closed several weeks ago. We haven't been able to do a thorough analysis of those, hold the industry meetings that we want to hold before we develop public proposals. So my gut tells me, you know, this fall we'll hold some industry meetings on Menhaden, probably fluke and horseshoe crabs. Those are probably the 3 big ones I see in my head, and then develop proposals to go out to public hearing in the winter. And that's just going to require some finessing on my part behind the scenes with the new administration.
Okay, because that's really critical for the lobster. You know, anybody in the bait industry, anybody who needs bait. And I know we've discussed it and we've seen the results in past years, how quickly they fill the quota. And lobstermen still need bait August, September. So hopefully you can finesse it and we can move on it by next season. Thank you.
Yep. Okay.
Any questions for Dan on vessel trackers? Suki, any questions?
Not seeing anything.
All set, Ray.
Thank you, Suki. So is Heather on the line, Jared? Heather Haggerty for this.
Heather is, why don't we run through, Dan, I think Dan's gonna run through this, so why don't we give our spiel and then we can see if there, recognize Heather and then see if there's any other comments that work for you.
Thank you, Jared. Dan, you have the floor.
Sure. Thanks, Ray. So the commission will recall that back 3 or 4 years ago, we enacted kind of a long-term conservation program with a gauge increase, a slight gauge increase every other year to, in our minds, to minimize the harm to the industry in terms of the economics of the changes. And it was, it was done sort of toward the end of David Pierce's tenure. And if you look at this table that's on the screen, under the current schedule, we were expected to break through or get beyond 0% mature in the year 2025. So currently at minimum size, there are no mature whelks, according to the DMF research that's been done by Steve Wilcox. Twice he did a study and then he followed it up with a second study. So we're fairly confident about that. So that's our view. And I know there's been some declines in the catch and in the CPU, and I believe the industry, blames it, the gauge increases, in large part for that. We believe that this species is kind of vulnerable because it is a snail, and snails are pretty slow to move. And so an animal that doesn't move much is potentially subject to local depletion. And so the request that we have today from the Mass Conch Association, and Heather came to a meeting that we held last late fall, and she gave a pretty honest assessment of what's going on with her business. And they're asking that we spread out these gauge increases by adding a third year between the increases. So instead of having it every other year, it would be every 3 years. And it is that simple. It's not a complicated proposal. There's some legislative interest. We have frequent meetings with some of the local legislators down in the New Bedford area who've taken interest in this. And I thought that this was kind of the cleanest proposal, the easiest to understand. And I appreciate, Heather bringing it forward. So it's, why don't we invite Heather to speak now? But if we were to take it to hearing and adopt it, we would be postponing the gauge increase that is scheduled for 2023. And we would be moving that up in 2024, followed by 2027, followed by 2030, followed by 2033. Bob Glenn, is there anything, I know you're on, is there anything that I missed that I should add? Because I know you oversee this with some of your staff.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. No, I think you did a great job summarizing it. I would just add that, in general, marine whelk and snail species tend to be pretty prone to overfishing. And when we look around the country and in the entire world, we can't find really many examples of long-term sustainable snail fisheries. And when they tend to get overfished, it's usually fairly difficult to bring them back. So, the reason for our proposed gauge increases over time were to give some spawning stock biomass into the population. But I don't think in this case that the delays that are here, I don't think that they're particularly damaging. I think it's probably acceptable. Our original time frame for this with the every other year off was, as Dan said, it was solely based on trying to give the industry a chance to catch up. And if that's not happening, then I think it's acceptable. Thanks.
Thank you, Bob. Have we got Heather on the line, or is she available?
Yeah, Heather, I'm giving you permission to speak. I believe you just have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning, Heather. This is Chairman Kane. This is a business meeting, not a public hearing. So the way we usually do this is we'll give you 3 minutes to present. And then if there's anybody in opposition, one speaker from the opposition party will get 3 minutes, and then we'll open it up to discussion to commission members.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Dan, thank you for considering the petition. I would just like to update you with the fact that at the time of writing the petition, I was receiving 50% of the conchs from Rhode Island, and now I'm approaching 70%. And the situation, in my estimation, is critical. I truly believe if we extend 1 year, it will help us analyze what is happening with the size increase. I think it's going a little too quickly. In Buzzards Bay, it is very difficult for the fishermen to catch enough to make it a viable living at this point. In my petition at, I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice today. At the very end, where I mentioned stronger science-based decision-making, it was unclear, I think. I wasn't insinuating that it would be performed by the Mass Conch Association. And I guess where we are today is in hopes of collaboration and maybe a consideration of changing the plan in a way where we would put other options out there, like a possible quota, removal of latent licenses, a better stock assessment through SMAS, things like that. So it is very critical. This year is going to be really tough for us. And I just hope that the members will consider how critical it is and, agree on this extension at least. And that's basically all I have to say. I do have a comment about horseshoe crabs if I'm allowed to make one.
Well, you can comment on horseshoe crabs at the end of the meeting, Heather.
Okay, great.
I'll open it up to the public then. Is there anybody in opposition to this petition on this meeting call? If not, I'll open it up to commission members and Heather to discuss. Has anybody questions for Heather?
We have no questions from the public. We do have questions from the commission members. We'll start with Lou Williams.
Lou, you're recognized.
Yeah, thanks, Ray. Yeah, I remember when we passed this, and I was the lone dissenting vote on it. For my concern was just what seems to be happening. To do a 10-year schedule gauge increase, I felt we should have slowed it down a little bit, see how things go, because my fear was that we would regulate the boats right out of business. So it seems to be coming to fruition what I felt. So I think that I'd definitely be in favor of changing the gauge increase for the concerns I had 3 or 4 years ago when we implemented this. Thanks.
Thank you, Lou. Who's next, Jared?
Mike Piernock.
Michael, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. As it's noted, there continues to be a decline and doesn't appear to be from overfishing. I suspect. Is this another example of increased temperatures, and as a result, it's having a detrimental impact on the population, or is that not one of the causes? Just curious of any.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I can think I can answer.
By all means, Bob. You have
Thank
the
you.
floor.
Yeah, thanks. No, so channeled whelk really range from kind of Georgia north to Massachusetts is the northern extent of their range. And so they are fairly a temperate water, warm water liking species, not tropical, but, kind of, so it's not really, even with increased water temperatures in our waters, we wouldn't anticipate that we're anywhere within the realm of causing stress to them. If anything, over time, we would anticipate that there would be kind of a slow decrease in the size at maturity. In other words, when we look at whelk from southern areas like Georgia, they tend to mature quicker than whelk that we have to the north. And that's because as water temperature varies, their rate of maturity varies, and we see that in a lot of invertebrate species, including this animal. So, yeah, no, I don't think that's the case. There can be a number of factors. It's a fairly slow reproducing species. It has a non-dispersive larval stage, so it can be fairly prone to localized depletion and recruitment overfishing. So it's a tough animal to manage a fishery on.
Thank you, Bob. Questions, Jared?
Billy Edmondson.
Bill? You're recognized. Oh, Shelley Edmondson, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I think a pause in the gauge increase is a good idea, even though I have concerns, obviously, of harvesting animals that haven't reached sexual maturity. I'm hoping that maybe we can come up with a plan to really understand how our sex ratios with our harvest sizes are changing as the gauge increase goes up. I'm seeing a lot of smaller whelks and pots on boats that I've been on. Like, it seems to be one size in the whole pot. And I'm just really curious about sex ratios, like what are our harvest techniques? How are they changing the sex ratios? Because the females are obviously the largest ones on the size spectrum. And what does this gauge increase mean once we get there? So I think I'd really like to see something focusing on these sex ratios in the future.
Shelley, I have a question for you. Aren't you and two other scholars doing a study on that right now?
We're hoping to pull something together just to take advantage of. I have an intern who's able to possibly go over to New Bedford. But, it would be great to have a more focused project that, we could really get more data starting next year throughout the whole season, instead of just, I have someone who can fill in at the moment. But we really need a more focused project, I guess, going forward.
And hasn't that project been funded, or is it another project that you and two other people are working on right now? I believe something was funded and you were going to start addressing it this year.
No, so the two grants that my organization have are for an alternative bait from horseshoe crab study, trap escapes, and then a whelk research fleet. So we have no targeted grants for sex ratio.
I'm sorry. I thought that was funded. I thought you received funding last year and you're going to implement it, start the research this year. My mistake.
No worries, it's hard to keep up.
Questions, Jared?
Mike Beardnock.
Michael, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question. What are the natural predators of these whelks? What eats them? What fish, lobster, seals? I'm just curious.
Anybody answer that?
Yeah, I'll take that, Ray. So, one of the, clearly finfish are one of the bigger predators in our waters. The two biggest predators we see for fish are probably black sea bass and tautog. Interestingly, what we find in black sea bass stomachs a lot is their opercle cover, which is the plate that when they suck their shell in, and what sea bass do is when they're out moving across the bottom, they actually grab them and then spin and twist off the entire foot. And so we see a lot of that in sea bass stomachs. The tautog will also eat it. When the larger they get, the less prone they are to predation. And then Dr. Edmondson's on the phone here as well, and she's much more of a whelk expert. I'm sure there are other predators that I'm missing. She'd like to weigh in.
Those are the largest, that's for sure. And then us. Sea turtles will eat them too.
One last just comment, if I can.
Go right ahead.
Considering the status of the black sea bass and tautog fishery, how does that, where they are seasonally, correspond to the downward trends and where you would historically land these whelks? Has that been looked at, or if not, maybe there's some food for thought to assess that, considering me and others who see the way these fish eat, and there's so many of them, that may be a major contributing factor.
Yeah, Mike, those are great points, and certainly something we can consider. We haven't specifically looked at trends in predator abundance relative to trends in whelk abundance. We've done those type of analyses in southern New England lobsters and seen positive correlations with the decline in lobsters and the increase in sea bass. So it's certainly, with lobster situation, that there's more going on there with water temperature and increased predation, but that certainly could be a factor and something worth looking into. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Questions?
Khalil, did you have a question, or was your question answered? I've seen your hand go up and down.
Yes, I did have a question. It has some comments, but things are being answered, Jared. In the memo that Director McKiernan had put out for us, it did say that in 2019 there was a stock assessment made for the channeled whelk, and that I think this is something that there were a lot of comments and thoughts and ideas being brought forth to us earlier in this discussion, but I guess the bottom line is it does say in that stock assessment that the whelk is overfished and overfishing is occurring, and I feel that is one area. I've realized that there are natural predators and that's in the whole cycle of life, I guess, that in with organisms, that there's going to be predation taking place. But the fact of the matter is, in this memo, which I thought was very logical, way Director McKiernan laid it out, it did say that the resource is overfished and overfishing is occurring. So I think that's a major factor, into addressing this situation. Thank you.
Jared, questions?
We have a last question from Heather Haggerty, if you want to take another comment from the public on this, right?
Yes, please.
Heather, go right ahead.
Is it not true that the pots are coming up full? That's what I hear from all of my fishermen. They're coming up full and they can keep maybe 3 conchs in each pot.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment, Heather, based on both anecdotal reports and data that are collected by DMF observers on vessels. We see pots that have come up full, largely with sublegal size whelk, which would be in fisheries science lingo, we would call that typical growth overfishing, where most of the stock is basically fished down to that size.
Okay, so you would agree that extending 1 year will help the industry because of that fact, because we have faith in science that that class of conch will grow into the next size increase, correct?
Yes, I would anticipate that an additional year would give a portion of those undersized whelk that you see in the pots to grow and meet the minimum legal size.
Okay, and are you saying that the conchs are all the same in every bay? In other words, as we reach the goal, the highest size, we will have conchs that large in each bay? Or do you see differences? So for instance, Buzzards Bay might not be a viable fishing ground because of the smaller size, typically. That's what I see in my processing. What do you think about that?
So yeah, so we hear these types of things quite often, and in general, there's nothing intrinsic about the species or the habitat within Buzzards Bay that would limit the ultimate size that a whelk could grow to. When you tend to see areas that have a smaller size, and a common analogy to this is what we see in lobsters in Boston Harbor, which tend to be all right around minimum legal size. That's usually a byproduct of very high rates of exploitation. And so that the population, you don't get to see any larger, older animals because the catch rates are so high that as soon as animals become molten to minimum legal or grow into minimum legal size, in the case of a whelk, they get caught and landed. And as a result of that, you see what we call a truncated size structure. So what I would anticipate is there's nothing biologically or habitat wise that would prevent those whelk from getting to that size. They would get there. But the only way to see a broad size distribution with a lot of older whelk in the population is to reduce the overall fishing mortality rate. The size increase alone won't do that. It'll just change what we call that knife edge selection. It'll move it to a larger size.
Okay, so another question. This fishery management plan is going to end up with a very high percentage of all female conchs being caught. How does that compare with other species, and what might be a detrimental effect of that plan?
Sure. So it's you never want to completely shift the harvest primarily onto the female portion of the stock. However, you also probably more detrimental to the stock is harvesting when none of the animals are sexually mature. At least with that size, you ensure that 50% of female whelk will have had the opportunity to become mature and potentially spawn prior to being susceptible to the fishery. And so that's just kind of a basic stopgap, basic biological measure we would put in place to assure that despite a fairly high exploitation rates on the stock, some portion of those animals get to breed, and as a result, you hopefully sustainable. Certainly it's not the only way. There are other ways to measure, and as I said, if you want a broad size distribution and you want to spread out that mortality across a broader size range and not have size limits like we have, we would have to go into the realm of things like a quota, and it would be a fairly small quota, and that's something that certainly hasn't, we haven't really invested a lot of energy into because there hasn't been broad support for it.
But it's something that could be considered if support has shifted, correct?
Yeah, I would say so, Heather.
Okay. Another scientific question, please. On the size, when have you, in your studies, determined the percentage of male conchs that you will have when the shell width reaches 3 7/8 inches?
Heather, yeah, I'm sure that's data that we have. I don't want to speak out of hand, and I don't have that in front of me, so I don't want to go on the record right now. But I'd be happy to go back, work with our invertebrate fisheries program, and have them generate that data and get it to you.
Okay, because, you know, that is a major concern. I just think that there's a potential for many, many conchs being left in the ocean when we get to that ultimate
Yes,
size.
yes, pardon me, Heather, this is Chairman Kane. This is a petition to amend the schedule to increase the whelk gauge width.
Yes,
I don't want to see anybody get cornered at DMF. More research. This has been an ongoing issue for at least
Right.
12 years, as we both know.
no, I understand. We're off topic.
You were to our office. And I also heard you mention earlier about collaboration with a study. So
Yes,
let's get through this motion that Dan or somebody will make. And
okay.
then I hope, in all honesty, and I believe you as a person, you'll get together with DMF and there'll be a true collaboration on all these different questions you've asked.
Yes,
I've been told by your members that you've got Kevin Stokesbury working on this, and then I hear that's not the case. So let's get through this petition, let's get through this motion, and then
Okay.
hopefully you will keep this good rapport with DMF and the director and Bob Glenn, and some reasonable conch fishermen will come to the table, and you can lay out your thoughts, and then DMF can research things scientifically, and we can further this management action.
yes, that sounds wonderful. Thank you very much for your
you,
consideration
Heather.
of the petition.
Thank you, Heather. Commission members, more questions to Bob Glenn or to Heather before somebody makes a motion?
I'm not seeing any further comments, Mr. Chair. We don't need a motion. This is simply to go out to public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is going out to public hearing.
So this
I'm
is part of
sorry.
the fall omnibus package going out to public hearing in October, just for discussion, preliminary discussion today.
Okay, so at that time, Heather, you're going to want your membership at these public hearings, whether it's a webinar or in public. Are you still with me, Heather?
I restricted the permission direct, as I thought we were moving on.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be there and she'll bring her folks.
Okay.
Yep.
Good.
Okay,
So we done with this?
I believe so.
Okay, let's move on to protected species, regulatory amendments.
Yeah, this is a couple of minor issues. One is the weak link requirement at the buoy in the commercial trap fishery. We're proposing repealing that because the federal rules did repeal that. It's that 600-pound breakaway just below the buoy. We don't intend to repeal it on the rec side at this time. And then as far as the extension of the closure, we discovered in our regulations last May that when we were wondering if we should extend the closure beyond May 15th, we discovered that there isn't analogous language to allow us to keep the wreck lobster traps out of the water. So we think it would be appropriate to add that fishery to the affected parties. It should the director extend the closure, it should extend to the wreck fishery as well. Jared or Jared, do you want to add anything to that before we get to the next slide, or Bob Glenn?
I have nothing to add to that, Dan. Bob?
Okay.
No, Dan, you nailed it. I can answer any questions folks have.
Yep. Okay. And so if we're on to the next slide, I would like to hand this over to Jared and Bob, because it has to do with some definitions in the CMR about what a buoy line is. So it's
as when we went out to public hearing years ago about to start implementing some of these rules, one of the comments we got is the need to accommodate ground line running in front of the terminal trap in any trawl before it connects to the buoy line, and not consider that part of the buoy line, to not require marking on there, and to not require contrivances in that portion, because it's not actually buoy line, it's ground line running in the front of the trawl to the buoy line. So we tried to accommodate that. We accommodated that incidentally in two ways. First, through our definition of a buoy line as a line that extends to the water column from the buoy at the surface to a single trap on the ocean floor to a ground line that connects multiple traps on a trawl and extends no more than 12 feet from the first trap. And then in the weak contrivance rule, we also accommodated it by requiring contrivances every 60 feet throughout the buoy line, and also within the top 75% of that buoy line. So when Bob and I spent a fair amount of time this past spring at Joint Base measuring buoy lines to determine compliance with the weak contrivance requirement, and you know, it becomes fairly complicated to measure the buoy line, subtract 12 feet, then subtract any ground line that may exist after the first Gangian back 12 feet, and then take a measurement of 75% of that. And it also occurred to us that it was accommodating a redundant request. So what we want to do is to make this more simple to comply with, more simple to enforce, more simple to read, more simple to understand, and just amend the buoy line definition so that it accommodates any use of ground line running from the first trap, and thereby eliminate the 75% requirement in the weak contrivance rule, so that we don't have that redundancy built in. So we'd like to take comments from the industry on how best to do that. And then we have housekeeping proposals in here as well. And that's just basically moving things around and cleaning things up that we've determined could, in the first few years of this program, just need a little bit of rearranging or tweaking. So Dan, you good to take comments and questions on this?
Yeah, Jared, I assume that we'll have some outreach to the rank and file lobstermen during, or maybe prior to this, so that they know how to comment on some of this. It sounds pretty complicated, or at least I know you're trying to, you are going to simplify it, but as a proposal, it's not intuitive. So yeah, I think we've got meetings coming up with the MLA, delegates in the fall. So maybe that's a good way to kind of test drive some of the concepts with them.
Suki?
Yeah, thanks, Jared. Yeah, Dan, this is the first I've heard of you're gonna get rid of that 25% of the bottom of the buoy line you don't have to do anything on. Up here, there's a lot of guys fishing deeper water. You're talking about adding a couple more marks on every buoy line. I don't think the industry's ready to start doing re-rigging buoy lines again. So I think there'll be some pushback on this. I don't really care for this.
Thank you, Suki. So where are we going with this, Dan?
Public hearing. Let's give it a shot. I mean, obviously the commission could vote it down if it's if the rank and file.
And if the comment is to keep the 75%, that we can amend the buoy line definition.
Yeah.
I guess my goal here is to not add new requirements, but to eliminate redundancy. That complicates the enforcement of this. So, if the comment at public hearing is, we don't want to add the 75%, that's fine. We can just amend the buoy line definition to be more clear as to what we mean there. Bob?
Bob?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I just reiterate, the intent behind us putting this forward was not to make fishermen go re-rig their rope or add more marks. We're actually trying to make it more simple so that fishermen can understand how to comply with it, because we have this kind of redundancy in here where where the buoy line is defined starting at 12 feet, and then we also have this 75% definition of where the buoy line starts, and so we just want to have one consistent definition. That's all. So I think comments too. If not, if not 12 feet or 75%, what's a reasonable? We recognize that the buoy line doesn't start at the first trap. We understand there's some length of line after the buoy line, and that varies fisherman to fisherman. That's still part of the ground line. And all we want to do is come up with a singular, consistent definition of what's the allowable amount of ground line before the buoy line starts. That's really kind of at the basis behind this. And so, we're looking for industry input in the most efficient way to define this so that not only is it as enforceable, but it's also easy for fishermen to comply with. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. That was concisely put. That was exactly what I was trying to say.
So it sounds as though you should get together with some lobstermen prior to the public hearing so that you're all on the same page when you make a statement about this. Because Suki seemed negative about it right out of the gate for good reason. This is the first time he saw it, and it sounds like DMF staff themselves have got to word this proposition better. So the common folks can understand where you're coming from. Is that right, Bob? Can we work on that? So when we present at the public hearing, it'll be in layman's terms and they'll have a good understanding.
Absolutely, Chairman. We'll work with MLA and other lobstermen and get it worded in a way that's easily understandable.
Thank you, Bob. Are you good with that, Suki?
Yeah, no problem. I don't have any issues with the 12-foot extension of the ground line up the buoy line. I just have issues with the taking away 25% of the buoy line. Because like I said, it's guys fishing in deeper water up here. They got to put more marks on the buoy lines. I don't think they're going to like it.
Okay, well, I think that's why Bob and Jared need to get together with you and maybe your board from the MLA and talk this through and come up with some good wording and understanding.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, Suki. Anything else, Bob or Jared, on that?
Nothing on this side. No more questions. We can go to the next item.
Yeah, you kind of broke up, Jared. I think you said something about the next item.
Yeah, I don't see any more questions. So if you're good, we can move to the next item.
Thank you. Area 1, Gloucester Rockport mobile gear open season.
I'm going to ask Jared to cover that one. This was a request that Lou made to us back in the spring.
Okay.
Sure. So back this spring, Lou Williams asked us to consider extending the area 1, that is that green area of Gloucester and Rockport, extending the mobile gear exemption open season. So that area is currently open from February 1 to March 31. Lou was seeking to continue to fish in there until April, as there was an exploitable biomass of sea scallops in that area. We at that time we told Lou that we'd look into it for 2023 change. So we looked into the reason for the timing of that exemption season, and historically the North Shore from Winthrop to New Hampshire has been closed to mobile gear fishing in the inshore waters 0 to 3 miles since the 1930s, and that was historically put into place to prevent gear conflicts with fixed gear fisheries. When the commission took over the regulation of the commission and the division took over the regulation of fisheries dating back to the 60s and 70s, exemptions to the mobile gear closures previously established by the legislature were were carved out, and this February 1 through March 31 exemption was adopted in the late 70s. And the timing, again, was to pick a time when the area was not densely populated with fixed gear to allow mobile gear fishing in there. Now with fixed gear fishing prohibited throughout all state waters north of Cape Cod until May 15th, allowing mobile gear fishing in that exemption area until May 15th will not create gear conflicts and will provide additional access to any exploitable biomass of sea scallops. We don't anticipate that there'll be much groundfish effort moving into that area as a result of extending the mobile gear exemption because of overarching closures. There's the winter flounder spawning closure, which prohibits groundfish fishing in pretty much the pink area on that map. Then there's groundfish mortality closures in the second half of April and throughout all of May that go up all along the North Shore to the New Hampshire border. So this is principally going to be a sea scallop fishery that's occurring in there during the late winter and early spring. There may be a limited amount of groundfish catch, but that's going to be controlled by the twine top require the 10-inch twine top requirement on sea scallop dredges, the low sea scallop trip limit, and the seasonal availability of various groundfish species. So while there may be some, we don't anticipate it being a large amount. We could potentially look into federal observer data for the adjacent area to determine anticipated bycatch rates, but informally speaking, we'd anticipate it being low. And with the exception of the first half of April, the groundfish catch would have to be discarded because of the groundfish mortality closure. So we're proposing to go out to public hearing to extend this exemption area from February 1 to March 31 to February 1 to May 15 to match the time in which the fixed gear closure is in place to provide additional access to mobile gear fishing, principally dredging for sea scallop. So I will take any questions on this. Lou?
Yeah, one part of that closure too, Jared, was that opens back up June 15th till the end of September. And I went up there the middle of June when it opened, and I went over to the Hollow Point Toe, where it was a good area for scallops. And I just steamed up there and steamed around a little bit, and I just went home, just because it was all lobster gear there. So that was out. So I want to correct you on the North Shore mobile gear closure that was instituted in the 1930s. That closure excluded scallop gear. And then I believe it was in the early 90s, some Maine guys get into some Beverly guys gear, and then scallop gear was included in the closure. I think the whole North Shore area should be opened up that time of year. Now that the reason for it is, the reason for the closure is for gear conflicts. Well, the gear is going to be gone in February, and there is sea scallops along the North Shore there. And it's just a shame that, at this point where everybody's thrown into a lobster box at this point up on the North Shore, basically maybe 1 or 2 day boat draggers are left and a couple gill netters. There aren't many opportunities left for anybody. So I feel that, that I put this out a few years ago and I got it, the public comments, the guys were still lobstering, and I understood that and just let it go. But now there's no lobster gear there. It's not an area that's pristine and never towed a scallop drag in there. It was allowed up until the 90s for close to 60 years. And it was generally a few boats from Maine would come down in the winter. And that's when the problem arose, when spring rolled around. Some guys set gear and they get into their gear, and then the scallop gear was added to it. So I'd like to see the whole North Shore area open, because like I said, the June 15th to September opening up there is really a closure anyway now because of the amount of lobster gear, which is fine. But I'm just saying, we got an area with no gear. There's not gonna be any gear conflicts. There's a fishery that could be prosecuted there. I think we should look towards that, you know, so. But, yeah, that's about it, I guess, you know. Like I said, it was gear conflicts, and it's not like scallop gear was never fished on the North Shore. Just remember that it was allowed for decades and then taken away after one gear conflict. So maybe we could expand on this, because I think, like I said, it's everybody's just thrown into this lobster box, and there's almost nothing left to do, you know. And there's a fishery there that would just let me scallops age and die out, and I don't understand why we do that, you know. So okay, thanks.
So Lou, you would like this discussion item amended that the entire inshore waters of Massachusetts between February 1 and May 15th are fishable. You would like that in the public discussion. Lou?
Yeah, right. Yeah, and you could even make that North Shore, you know, area February 15th, realizing that, you know, sometimes, you know, we're looking at the last couple of years of guys bringing gear in. Sometimes they just can't quite get it all in, you know, by February 1st, you know. So I'm just saying, we got an area, we got a resource. The area was closed not to keep it away from any mobile gear, because like I said, for decades, scallop gear was allowed in there until there was one gear interaction, I believe in the early 90s. And then the scallop dredge was added in the mobile gear closure. So it's not like we're asking for something that we haven't done in the past. And I think that with the gear gone, there's no reason for a closure there pertaining to gear conflict. So I like to see it amended to the whole North Shore closure open from February 15th till May 15th or May 14th. You know?
Jared, is this achievable? Can we do that?
Dan?
Well, let me just say that, Lou, I believe it was last spring when you brought this to our attention, and we told you that it was to bring, I believe you asked just for this area to be opened kind of on a fast track, and we thought it would take too much, you know, process, and we asked that we postpone this. So I just want to say that even now, you know, Jared has kind of put this all together and kind of served it up to the folks above us for a fall public hearing. Would you be satisfied if we went with just this green area for this winter and then went back like next year for another bite at this apple? Because I don't know, I don't want to say baby steps, but you know, we did get a lot of opposition in the past, and I know that you zeroed in on the fact that it was you know, it was a lobster season, but we're talking about this particular area, which is an area that is dragged routinely at other times of the year. So would you indulge us to just go with this green area for next year, and then, you know, we'll see how that works. And then if you want to enhance this opening, do that in a second round.
Well, I don't know what you have to see what's going to happen, because this whole all these closures for gear conflicts, and I get it. There's no gear there anymore, Dan. So what is the reason for the closure? That's my point, is what is the reason for the closure if the area is free of all stationary gear? That's my point. It's closed, and then it's just a wasted resource as far as I can tell. You know, we're just letting, there's some beds of scallops that we're just letting age and die out. And believe me, I get it the reasoning for it, you know, because it goes back to the 30s, and then back then the guys didn't go past the 20 fathom edge, if that 15 fathom edge lobster, you know. I mean, when I was a kid, nobody went outside in the soft bottom, and that was it. So it was to protect the fixed gear, and it was a single pot fishery there along the North Shore between Swampscott and Marblehead, you know. It wasn't trawls or anything. So my point just is, if we're looking for you're talking about younger guys getting into the business and everything, and we're not giving them any opportunity. And we've got an area that's been closed for gear interactions. And now the gear's gone, but we still have to keep it closed because uninformed people write petitions or write letters to think there's antiquities in there and wrecks and everything else. But for decades, the scallop gear was allowed in there. And, I guess rightfully so, when they started having some gear interactions, they added the scallop thing. So I'd rather just go for the whole thing. And if we don't get any of it, we don't get any of it. I just think it's, to me, it's just, it just confounds me that we now have a gear free areas that were dredged for scallops for decades, and we're not going to allow it anymore. But I mean, even last year, I'm fishing right outside that closure. But you mean I go over that line? It's what happens when I go over that line? What difference was it? I was fishing outside that line till the third week of July this year. And because then when the lobsters started showing up where I was, then I quit. But all winter, there's no gear there. There's scallops there. And I can tow right up to an imaginary line. And for some reason, if I go over that line, I'm doing severe damage. And I don't get it. I really don't get it. So I'd rather just go for the whole thing. If we don't get it, we don't get it. That's my feeling, Dan. Okay.
Yeah, and I would like to bring you the relief that you requested last spring, and what you requested was this area 1A, the green zone. And there is a constituent, first of all, there's a winter flounder closure that you wouldn't be fishing in, which is about half of that zone. Secondly, you do have a constituent of recreational divers that do fish on that. And then you've got the conservation community that, whether it's an accurate criticism or not, came out in force when we tried to open the pink area to the south off of Marblehead and the Haunt. So I guess I'd prefer to go with this green zone as a first measure and look at other areas that are routinely dragged during the year. And if I'm not terribly concerned if there's dragging going on in an area at some time of the year, it's probably okay at any time of the year. But some of these areas haven't been dragged in decades, and I just think that you're inviting a lot of criticism into the debate, whether it's unfounded or not. It could be a little bit of a hornet's nest. So again, the green area is what you requested. I'd like to go forward with that for next year.
Yeah, okay, well, that's fine, Dan. I guess what it was, because I kind of dropped the ball. I wanted to talk to Jared because I wanted to find out the history of the closures, and then when I read your remarks on this closure about because I always thought it was just for mobile, with the mobile gear closure was just for gear conflicts, not anything else. So that's why I'm proposing this. Like I said, it's just, to me, it's silly. There's no gear there. There's scallops in certain areas. It's not like you're going to be towing that whole inshore area. You can't. There's only certain little areas you can tow. But if you want to go forward with this, that's fine. And then we'll revisit it next year, I guess. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Lou. Anything else? Anything else on this?
Cookie?
Yeah, thanks, Jared. My only thing about this would be the May 15th being a fixed date. I think it should coincide with when Dan opens it up to lobstering again, anytime between the May 1st and May 15th, not exclusively May 15th, because if it opens up on May 10th, guys are going to go out there and set traps regardless whether there's guys scalloping out there or not. It's just could be an issue. So I just want it to coincide with the right whale opening. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that too. Just anyway, that's a good idea, Suki.
Hey, thanks.
Thank you both. Any other comments on this?
Mike Pearnock?
Michael, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation, Jared. A question. With these different commercial gear types for the sea scallops and ground fish, and the bycatch issues that continue to plague us with cod or winter flounder and so on. What is the estimated catch or bycatch of cod or other species of concern? Because we're splitting the hairs with some of them right now, and could that ultimately impact the ability to go in there and be able to fish for, well, land scallops or different ground fish?
Can somebody answer that?
So we don't have a exact estimate when I was going through this, I think I said that we could go look at, observer data for adjacent waters of the northern Gulf of Maine region as a proxy for this. But, at this time of year, we would expect that the winter flounder would be moving inshore into the spawning habitat, which would be protected generally under the winter flounder spawning closures, which basically cover that pink area, or about half of that pink area, the inshore half. For cod bycatch, it likely does occur, but roundfish bycatch is generally diminished in the sea scallop fishery by the 10-inch twine top requirements. We've enacted some pretty extensive groundfish mortality closures and fixed gear closures to protect right whales that are going to diminish the overall groundfish catch in Massachusetts. So while we were up against the state water set-asides for some of these species a few years back, I think the other management measures we put in place are likely going to limit us going against those set-asides. And I'd also expect that given the time of year and the gear type, that bycatch is going to be fairly low, and most of it's going to be would only be able to be retained during February, March, and the first half of April. February, March are already open, so the retention would only be continued into the first half of April when the groundfish mortality closure could go into place. So I know that doesn't exactly answer your question. And prior to public hearing, we can look at the at federal observer data for adjacent waters for the sea scallop dredge fishery in the northern Gulf of Maine, but we don't have that data for state waters. Does that approach answering your question, Mike?
Yes, thank you. If you could take a look. I know the commercial fleet is concerned about this in federal waters, so just take a look and make sure it works. Thank you.
Jan or Melanie, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think you covered that well, in terms of how we qualitatively look at the risk. And I think you had also mentioned the mitigating influence of the state waters trip limit. This is different than the federal. We've got a 200-pound trip limit in place too.
Lou?
Yeah, that area there too, you got to remember, and the extended opening in April into May is closed to ground fishing anyway. And also, when I started first went scalloping over 20 years ago, we had a 6-inch twine top, and when we went to 10-inch, it was amazing how few flounders you even saw. We'd see a bit of flounders with the 6-inch, but with that 10-inch, you almost see none, and you might occasionally catch a monkfish. But as far as groundfish boats going in that area that time of year, that's going to be closed to ground fishing anyway, so there shouldn't be any problems.
And Lou, to get to Melanie's point there with the 200-pound trip limit for state waters, about, could you give like an estimate about, tow time on that and how much fishing effort you're putting in to get that on a daily basis?
Honestly, in state waters, I never get my 200 pounds. We go shell stocking, and that's the only way you can really make it work. The scallops aren't that abundant in state waters, not like on Middle Bank or in federal waters. Occasionally up in Ipswich Bay, they have that area when you have a good set in there. Yeah, you can get it. But generally, all the other areas that I fish, I sell them in the shell, because it's just, there's not really a viable fishery if you have to cut them out, to be honest with you. It's just not, it's not that robust of a fishery, but it's just something there, So that's what I see. The only place I've seen where you can consistently get your 200 is up in Ipswich Bay when it's a good year, which has been one for a few. So.
Thanks, Lou. Leo?
Thank you, Jared. I just want to commend everyone on this discussion. I'm sitting here listening to it, and I can understand where Lou was coming from with his argument, his premises. But also, I need to go back to Director McKiernan's comment that he listened to a need that a commission member brought to the DMF, and that is Lou, regarding his request to open up, for lack of better words, the green area. And so I like there's a word that's going to come out, and that's compromise. And I think that what has happened is that the DMF has listened to Lou's concerns that he brought forward last year, and we're trying to institute that with this information that was in the memo. And so I need to commend that. And where I understand Lou's point of view, I can also understand the DMF's point of view. Let's do this, as Director McKiernan said, baby steps, and Lou has agreed to that. So I think we're moving in the right direction with this, and maybe down the line, with the years to come, things will change. So just a commendation for the compromise. Thank you.
Bill Amarello?
Thank you, Jared. Just 1 minute. I want to say that I also share Lou's sense of frustration over this. It seems as though if you own a vessel and you drop a piece of material into the water and you tow it behind the boat, you're automatically categorized as someone who's destroying the environment. And we know this isn't true as mobile gear vessels. The fact that this area had been fished from sometime in the 1930s until the 1990s, when it was closed because of the gear conflict Lou referenced, is an indication that it produced something worth catching for many, many years. And it is a shame to think that those scallops are laying on the bottom uncaught and are going to eventually shrivel up and die. I'm amazed by this whole concept again. But when this comes forward next year, which I hope it does for additional discussion, and I'm certainly fine with the way things are working out in this discussion, as Lou is. Maybe not fine, but acceptable. I'm going to be in favor of seeing the entire area opened up so that these fishermen are fishing small boats with small dredges, have an opportunity to make a few dollars, and could perhaps make it possible for a handful of additional fishermen to get a permit and go out on the water and start making their livings. These are the things that we're hopeful for. We shouldn't abandon that idea. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Dan, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe try to get questions answered. I think Mike Pierdenach asked about cod bycatch. I think that was his question. And then Lou talked about whatever bycatch used to happen in the 6-inch mesh. It was mainly flounders and a few groundfish, and there's even, monkfish. Now there's even less because of the 10-inch tri-top. I don't think cod bycatch ever has come into play or has never been an issue in a scallop dredge. I think it's mainly flounders. I just want to clarify that.
I've never caught one, Dan.
Yeah, that's that. I just because I'm hearing the conversation. I think there was a disconnect between the two of you on that question. So
yeah, If it was about cod, yeah, I would have. So I didn't really catch that. I can honestly say in 20 years of scalloping off and on, I've never caught a codfish in the dredge or a haddock or anything other than some flounders and monkfish. That's about it.
Okay.
So okay.
All right, Lou. I'm sorry, Ray. I think we can move to the last issue.
Recreational tautog trophy fish.
Yep. So if you recall, the tautog fishery is managed under the interstate plan. Not that there's no federal plan, and the interstate plan has, I don't know, 4 or 5 different subpopulations, and one of them is the Mass Rhode Island or stock unit, so to speak. And embedded in the plan is kind of a theme of managing cooperatively with the other states in the unit, in the management unit, and that's us in Rhode Island. And so each state has kind of agreed upon commercial quota. We have minimum recreational size, and Rhode Island last year kind of broke rank with us. They have a different process over in Rhode Island. They actually hold like off-season meetings with recreational, fishermen, or any fishermen, recreational or commercial. But the recreational fishermen came forward and asked that Rhode Island adopt a measure which appears pretty benign, but it's a maximum size of 21 inches. I think an earlier version of the memo referenced a 23-inch maximum size, and an allowance to take one fish beyond that slot limit of 16 to 21. Rhode Island took that action. They let us know in the late winter that they were going to do this. I told them that we couldn't possibly complete our rulemaking, even if we hadn't thought about it, but we couldn't do that in that short time period. So they went forward with the rule. The reason for the rule in part was they did have some concerns 1 and 2 years ago, because the rules were more restrictive in the other states of Connecticut and New York, and they kind of were fearful of effort shifting from west to east into Rhode Island. And so it's the recreational anglers that had asked for and received this rule. And so we looked at our data, we queried them on what kind of data they had collected. There's very few fish above 21 inches. You can see on this slide that Bob Glenn and his team did a rod and reel study on size composition. And I think of the 314 legal size fish that were sampled, only 3% exceeded that number. So this is not a rule that is likely to affect many anglers. But I told my Rhode Island counterparts that I would at least take it to public hearing to get the recreational community's interest in this rule. And that's what I would like to do as part of this public hearing round. Again, it's not a very common occurrence. I will say that if anyone's thinking about the commercial fishery, our commercial fishery targets the smallest fish for purposes of market demand. Our minimum size is 16 inches for both sectors, and nearly all the commercial fish are very close to that minimum size. So we're not sure you'd even have any fish being taken by the commercial sector. We could probably put the same maximum size on the commercial sector, wouldn't affect them at all, because the smaller fish are worth more. But anyway, it's a proposal simply to match our neighbors' rules. And of course, we do share some waters. Obviously, the Mount Hope Bay, Rhode Island, Narragansett Bay, it's all part of the same complex. And of course, between Westport and the Rhode Island communities are right next door neighbors. So, for purposes of compliance and enforcement, it's never a bad idea to try to adopt common rules. So that's all I want to say on that.
Okay, let's open it to discussion. Questions for the director?
Mike Piernock.
Michael, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dan. When this came up last year, there was a lot of people that reached out to me about it, and a lot of discussion back and forth. And my understanding from what I've heard is, and you kind of touched upon it, was that the effort from the other states, New York and Connecticut and so on, those vessels were coming into Rhode Island waters and increasing the catch in their waters. And they wanted to implement this measure to try to address that. One thing that I know some, as well as myself, are interested in is the tog fishery is not overfished, and no overfishing is occurring at this time. The status of the stock is sound. So therefore, what is the basis behind this measure when the science doesn't show that it's necessary? So that's a question I would have going forward. In addition, as you all, or we all know, there's difficulty of managing stocks up and down the coast and across states and so on. And what may work best for down in Rhode Island may not work best here in Buzzard Bay or Vineyard Sound or Nantucket Sound, because we even have differences among those areas, which, there's some concerns about that too. So I'd like to get some thoughts that maybe that information could be brought forward if it's going to public comment about, or public meetings, about the science behind that and the basis. And I see here that, when if you're going to have this kind of threshold of trophy size, should it be male? Should it be females? Does it not matter? I'd once again be interested in the science, which could establish whether one or the other, it doesn't matter, just to have it above that size. Thank you.
So Mike, I went back and forth with some of my colleagues in Rhode Island yesterday, and the general consensus was that it wasn't a scientific based rule change. It was a public petition that they adopted. What they did is they analyzed how it may affect recreational catch. They looked at MRIP data, and their MRIP data showed that about 1 to 2% of their overall landings of tautog for the recreational fishery were in that 21-inch or greater range. So given it wasn't going to, they basically looked at it and said, this is something our recreational fishing community wants. It's something that we don't think is going to have a tremendous impact on landings. Why don't we do it? In Massachusetts, as Dan said, the Rhode Island came to us, we're under the interstate plan supposed to manage this cooperatively, in the business of partnership, take it out and take public comment on it. Looking at what, our MRF data was a little messy when we looked at it. Probably given the PSEs wasn't, a good place to determine the impact on Massachusetts. So we looked at Bob's rod and reel study, and it pretty much matches what they found in Rhode Island, 1 to 2%. We found 3% in that study. We're over 21 inches. We don't expect that this is going to have a huge impact. If it were implemented, that it would save a lot of fish. If it's a 1 angler per day trophy limit, every angler would have to have 1 fish above 21 inches before you would have to be discarding fish above 21 inches. And I don't want to speak for the entire recreational fishing community, but my experience fishing tautog is I don't recall ever having a day where everyone on the boat had a tautog greater than 21 inches. So I'm not sure, qualitatively, I'm not speaking qualitatively, I'm not sure there's going to be a huge, impact on catch or on the biomass. It would just be to have complementary rules with our neighboring state that the plan, kind of indicates that we should cooperatively manage this resource with. Dan, did I cover that too suitably? Do you have anything to add?
No, it's that simple, Mike. It's not a science-based proposal. So let's take it out and get comments from the public. So, I mean, I know that our commissioner went out and caught a big tautog and got all excited about it and took pictures and probably threw it back. So, people like to see big fish. So we'll see.
Mike?
Yeah, one last thing to add. I mean, this is a prime example of a fish that back in the day was a fish that not many targeted. It was considered a garbage fish, and it's changed. And I'd say the recreational community specifically targets them because they are finicky and to figure out how to catch them. And then when you catch them, they have a nice fight. And a lot of them already do release these fish because they're more conservation minded as a result of targeting the big fish. So I just want to point that out. There's also some resistance because, as you know, our black sea bass season closes down early. And a lot of us here in Massachusetts or elsewhere flee to, or not flee, but go to Rhode Island then to catch black sea bass when you're typically tog fishing. So there's some that look at this that are just concerned that it's the beginning of a continued trend to have cutbacks for a fish that it's not needed based on the status of the stock. So if I'm fine with it going out to public comment, but I'm just noting that I've received concerns by many, and hopefully the details that was requested could be provided at the upcoming meetings when it does go to the public meetings. Thank you.
And for the, whether it's going to affect one sex more than the other, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, there's not a strong, it wouldn't strongly affect, wouldn't be putting all the harvest on females or males. They grow at similar rates.
Yeah, I mean, they grow at similar rates. Those really large fish tend to be female. But again, this is like finding a unicorn. Catching more than one of these on a trip is like, finding a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow or a unicorn. It's a pretty rare event to catch one of them. It's a really rare event to catch two in the same trip. These are trophy fish. Most folks, if they're lucky to catch one in a lifetime, or if they're hardcore tog fishing, maybe one or two an entire season. It's not a common occurrence.
Okay, so I'll go with the director on this. I think comments, nobody else has comments on this. It's going to go to public hearing, and then we'll hear from the public, and then it will come back to the commission.
Thank you, Ray. I think that's all we have on.
Yes, and now we're taking a 10-minute biological break, so we reconvene at 10:07.
Okay. Thank you, Ray.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're reconvening our commission meeting. I hope you're all in attendance. Moving on, discussion items, updates concerning the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. I presume Nicola is going to take this, Dan.
I am. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, Nicola.
Dan will pitch in when it comes to lobster, though. So I'm going to hit a couple highlights from the two most recent meetings of the ASMSC. First from their summer meeting in the beginning of August, and then the subsequent week there was a joint meeting with the Mid-Atlantic Council for the jointly managed species of fluke scup sea bass and bluefish. So starting out with Atlantic herring, the board largely, reviewed the results from the new stock assessment, the 2022 stock assessment that found fishing mortality to have declined significantly below the reference point. So overfishing is not occurring given the low quotas that have been implemented. The stock is still under its threshold level of biomass, though, and under a rebuilding plan. Importantly, these reference points were newly estimated and pulled from the recruitment series from 1992 forward, which is a lower recruitment regime that was identified from another what's called a change point analysis. And it suggested that from 1992 forward, environmental conditions are affecting recruitment more so than in a prior period. So that led to some lower biomass reference points. And the same recruitment period is also being used in the stock projections that the SSC is using to recommend fishery specifications for the next 3 years. Then the next step will be the New England Council meeting in September will be, they'll be looking to recommend those specifications for the next 3 years. One other discussion point, and this is germane to the stock assessment, is that Maine is having their portside sampling program, which has been funded by ACCSP money the last 10 years or so, maybe longer. That funding is no longer going to be coming into Maine. Those data are important to characterizing the commercial catch for the assessment. So there's going to be some work moving forward, some state discussions to figure out how to continue to get the portside sampling done in the states. Maine is still able to process them in their labs. They just don't have what is really not that much funding necessary to kind of pay for the cost of staff travel to different ports in order to get those samples. So we think we'll be able to make up for that lack of that funding, but those discussions will start taking place. Moving on to lobster. I'll let Dan jump in here.
Thanks, Nick. So the Addendum 27, which was the so-called resiliency addendum, which was the brainchild of Pat Kelleher about 4 or 5 years ago, when he had noted that when the southern New England stock started to decline, the commission was in the whole management process was so slow to respond. He wanted to have sort of a plan that would be triggered upon reaching some thresholds and triggers. And so we have created that draft addendum to do some things such as to make rules more common, for V-notching and for some gauge sizes, but also to raise the gauge in two steps in all of Area 1 should the stock decline to a certain level. And there's some controversy about this, about whether or not it actually would result in so-called resiliency. Certainly it would increase spawning stock biomass, which was never a bad idea. And we're still on the very steep part of the curve where if you do raise the gauge from the current 3 1/4 to 3 3/8, even though it's just a very small increment, it would have a pretty sizable effect on the number of egg-bearing females that could result and be protected. Anyway, that's been basically shelved temporarily because of all the chaos created by the court proceedings on right whales, where there was a recent court decision, and I think Bob might be touching on this in his presentation on the protected species update, but that decision has given everybody pause because the National Marine Fisheries Service might have to redo their so-called biological opinion. The bottom line is, in the eyes of the Maine commissioner, it's really hard to know what actions have to be taken to further reduce risk, especially if they're court ordered, and might those orders have its own positive benefits on resiliency if catch is reduced, to some level. So he's asked that we basically, pump the brakes on further development of this until the future is a little bit more clear relative to the court proceedings. So that's that. As far as the vessel speed rules, this is a really interesting one. There's seasonal and aerial proposals to affect vessels in the 35 to 65 foot size. Right now, the seasonal speed limits only apply to vessels 65 feet and greater. And NIMS is going after the smaller boats now because I believe they've identified a couple of vessel collisions that have happened, especially down in the southeast, but maybe off New Jersey as well, where collisions with right whales have resulted in serious injuries, but more likely mortalities. And I think this is going to have a huge impact, especially on charter boats and party boats that like to get out to the fishing grounds, with some speed for safety and for the economics of not tying up the customers for unnecessary amounts of time. So those comments are due September 30th. I know Mike Pierdenuk, you've reached out to us with some concerns, and we can continue to talk about that and maybe draft some comments. There's another document out called the Ropeless Roadmap. Recall that that DMF took a position last spring where we basically rejected what we thought was kind of a poorly defined and planned amount of so-called ropeless fishing. The applicants were seeking an exempted fishing permit to conduct some experimental fishing. We were kind of unimpressed with the design of the so-called study, and we rejected it. We've held a meeting. Bob Glenn has convened a meeting recently with many of those folks, including the NIMS researchers, and I think we have a better understanding about each of our views and needs going forward. The Ropeless Roadmap is interesting because it does kind of describe sort of the challenges and the long-term timelines of where they'd like to be in terms of the potential for using this on-demand buoy system in some areas. It's not clear, or I suspect that it won't be needed universally, but it remains to be seen if NIMS and their ability to, or in their desires to keep the lobster fishery active in the face of judges' orders, they very well could expand closed areas, which is sort of inviting more on-demand fishing. As far as we go, though, in state waters, we think that the incidental take permit and all the rules that we've done to date may suffice, but I'm going to let Bob talk about that in his presentation. And then finally, NOAA Fisheries, like I mentioned before, is going to 100% reporting for the lobster fleet, and that can't happen fast enough. The fact that while we do get 100% reporting from our lobstermen, the main fishermen, and only 10% were required to report, and I think that's really hampered so much of the fisheries management issues on so many levels. It's great. It's probably a decade and a half late, but we'll take it. I think that's all I'll cover on that one, but I'll take any questions if commission members want to talk about those particular issues.
Questions for Dan?
Mike Pierdenuk.
Michael, you're recognized. Hello?
Mike, you're muted.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dan. I would just like everybody to note that entire yellow area with a 10-knot speed limit from November 1st to May 30th. I mean, me and others want to protect the right whale population, but there needs to be some logic behind such a closure that if the right whales are off the coast of New Jersey, why wouldn't you close the entire rest of that area and impact those vessels from 35 feet on up? You did note the concerns of the recreational and for hire, but I know Tim Brady's on his, I think he's on his boat today, and it may have been tough for him to call in. And as you know, he teaches at Mass Maritime, and he has a license and to captain large vessels. And there's many large vessels that exceed 10 knots. That would also impact the maritime industry. So hopefully there'll be some way to do this, that if you were implementing that measure of a 10-knot speed limit, that it's limited to the area where they're found. But to have that across the entire area in November, for instance, there's big bluefin tuna fishing up here, and that's when where they're getting good dollars for the bluefin, or they're tog fishing, or as you go farther south, the whole recreational for-hire fisheries going on. And then that would go all the way to May, where we have an opening of black sea bass season, haddock. It just could have significant implications when the whales aren't present. So, I hope this is there's some logic behind this, and that's to be addressed. My understanding in my discussions with people in National Marine Fisheries Service, it wasn't understood of the use of these areas by the rec for hire or others. So we need to make sure that use is understood by them with comments, and then hopefully it could be addressed accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Anybody else, Jared?
Bill Amarello?
Bill, you're recognized.
Thank you. This is off topic. Jared, I have a blank screen. I don't know if that's true for everybody, but I just got a screen with a little circle spinning around in the center of it.
You might need to reboot Zoom, Bill.
Okay, it's only been since the break. I'll reboot. Thank you.
Tim Brady?
Yes, I would just like to, Mike already kind of jumped in and just echo what he said. That we're actually in the commercial fishing world. We're a little piece of a huge. I mean, there's so much. There's fast ferries. There's commuter ferries. There's, we've got our Boston to P-town ferries. We've got whale watches. We've got. I mean, a lot of us have already been affected during these seasonal closures. And I just don't think any of the maritime user groups are going to argue that, we're doing everything that we can, at least in our piece of the world here in Massachusetts, to minimize the chance of a right whale interaction when they're here. But the idea of taking half the East Coast and shutting it down for half the year as far as anything over 10 knots is, I don't know, it just, as someone who's run tankers and freighters and ferries and charter boats, it's just insane to me. So hopefully we can get the word out. I'm trying to get the word out. These different user groups, I haven't really heard much back from them yet, but I just, this is again, is this huge cudgel that doesn't make any sense when the closest right whale that's been seen is 500 miles from you, that you've got to go 10 knots out to your fishing grounds. So, but again, just echoing what Mike said, it just seems insane to shut down traffic to 10 knots through such a big part of the coast without reason. So that's my take on it.
Thank you, Tim. Jared?
Leo,
you're
Thank you,
recognized.
Jared. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Mr. Director. Listening to what Mike had to say and what Tim had to say about the wondering why there isn't maybe a rolling closure, as you can say. Was this discussed at ASMFC? Was there a logic behind having the entire coast closed, or was a rolling closure possibly discussed in the discussions?
Well, this isn't an ASMFC proposal. This is a NIMS proposal that we were just given a formal presentation on. And we can probably send you all that presentation, which I think would be helpful. I'm going to ask Bob to sort of, fill in with some insights as to how forecastable whale presence is, in season and time and in place. Bob?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. So, the genesis behind this proposed rule comes from NIMS doing a wholesale evaluation of their historic their in-place management efforts to protect right whales from ship strikes. And in that review, they looked at the use of what's called seasonal management areas, which are mandatory vessel speed restriction areas that are very small. and also what they call these DMAs, dynamic management areas, that are voluntary ship speed reductions that are based off detections from acoustic monitoring. And essentially, what they found in both programs is first in the mandatory vessel speed restrictions, there was pretty large scale non-compliance of vessels, and that continue ship strikes continue to be a large part of the issue with mortality to North Atlantic right whales. And then for dynamic area management, the DMAs, dynamic management areas, what they found was that there was really very overall poor participation, that because they were voluntary, essentially looking at analyzing large amounts of AIS data, that virtually no one was following those, despite pretty large scale efforts by the Coast Guard to get notices out to mariners about the presence of these DMAs. And so as a result, they've kind of proposing an overhaul to this. An addition thing they found was that the 65-foot rule wasn't protective enough. Vessels in recent years, we've had a number of right whale mortalities that are attributable to vessels less than 65 feet. DMF recognizes this, and so we several years ago applied our vessel speed restrictions to smaller vessels. NIMS is coming around now and proposing it, and so this is a really difficult issue. I worked on this. Well, not worked on this specifically, but I sit on the Northeast Regional Recovery Team, which is a group of folks that advises NIMS on this, and certainly ship strike mortality is a big issue. How to solve it is difficult. We recognize that big yellow area represents major shipping routes for the entire one of the most populated part of the coast in the entire United States, and so it's really important to shipping and to economy. And so how to effectively protect right whales and not put a serious blow in the shipping industry is a real concern. So I mean, that's where this is coming from. This is a NOAA Fisheries proposed rule change to protect North Atlantic right whales. As far as detection of right whales, throughout there's one in many of the areas. There's been an increased amounts of aerial surveillance, especially south of Massachusetts and south of the islands, and also south of Long Island. In recent years, both mostly by National Marine Fisheries Service, but also through the New England Aquarium and through additional efforts funded through the wind energy companies down in that area. In addition to that, there's been a fairly substantial increase in the amount of acoustic listening areas, and also so stationary acoustic listening devices that give us real-time updates about where right whales are, as well as work through NOAA Fisheries with a Slocum glider, which collects that data, acoustic data detections, and then broadcast it back. So our understanding of use patterns is getting better. But one of the biggest issues here, and probably why NOAA Fisheries made such a big area, is that the mantra is that a right whale can show up any place at any time. We don't know where every single whale is, and so a lot of times we can't. NOAA Fisheries can't be completely surgical in these areas because they don't necessarily detect them. And so what they've tried to do in this case is put a kind of a broad area around where they would expect in time and space right whales to occur. So I can answer any other, I could try to answer other questions about it. Again, I'm this isn't an ASMFC or a Massachusetts proposal. This is a NOAA Fisheries proposal that, and I can try to answer questions, or I can get answers from NOAA Fisheries if folks have them.
Hey, Bob, quick question. Is there going to be any kind of a public meeting or scoping on this, or any webinars? Do you know what NIMS is? Are they just going to put out in the Federal Register and just take written comments? Are they going to do anything live?
That's a great question, Dan. I'm not sure. I'll find out and I'll get back to you and to the commission on that.
Yeah, okay. And I'll do the same. I'll go and grab the ASMFC meeting presentation, and we can send this around to the commission members if they want to watch that. We'll figure out exactly where in the session it is, and we'll share that with them, because that would be an oral presentation with visuals.
Yeah, I believe Chip made that presentation, Dan, and the question was asked earlier by Khalil. I never heard rationale in Chip's other than it being a proposal by NOAA, but there was no rationale about time and area closures or anything of that likes, but I could be mistaken. So yeah, I would appreciate it if you found Chip's dialogue and got it out to the other commission members.
So we're going to meet again as a commission before these comments are due. We could certainly consider putting a letter together for the commission's review, if you'd like, Ray.
Thank you. Any other questions about this subject matter? Michael, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Dan, you do point out one of the concerns we have is that these informational sessions, the webinars, there's a few of them coming up, one or two. They're not for public comment. They're just to provide details concerning what's proposed. As a result of the economic impact that could result from this to the entire blue economy, we have those concerns of whether that, with the lack of public comment and participation, is in a violation of the process. So that's been kicked around, and hopefully that can be looked into more, because we question it. We had hoped that they would look at the usage of these areas by the fleet, and I say the fleet from rec all the way up to commercial and maritime, and then understand what that impact is, because, you know, Bob pointed out that there's ways to track them. There's means and measures that are in place. Well, let's do it, and let's put the money towards those things. If the economic impact of this is so significant, which in my opinion it would be, that would be a good place to put the money to track the whales, so there's less interaction or hits or so on. But I don't see any public comment type of sessions that are out there right now, which concerns us.
Thank you, Michael. Anybody else, Jared?
Don't see any other hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's go back to Nicola. Nicola, are we moving on from lobster?
We're moving into striped bass now. So the board's focus at this meeting was continuing its implementation of Amendment 7, essentially, that was approved at the last meeting, specifically the part of how we are rebuilding the stock and responding to the 2022 stock assessment that will be presented at the early November meeting. Should that assessment show that additional F reductions are needed to rebuild in the 10-year timeframe, based on stock projections that use the assume kind of the low recruitment period continues, what types of measures should the technical committee be looking at in order to present those to the board also in November, so that the board could act quickly. You'll recall that Amendment 7 included a provision where the board could respond through a board action, that is without going out through the formal addendum process, in order to hopefully put measures in place next year should they be needed. So part of that discussion was about, if reductions are needed, what are we basing them off of? The decision was made to work off the 2021 management measures and the fishery removals, because that was the full year in which the new slot limits were in place and the other Addendum 6 measures. There was a lengthy discussion about the reductions and how they would be spread between the recreational and commercial sectors. And two approaches will be considered, an equal % reduction for the two sectors. So if a 10% reduction in removals is needed, it would be 10% for each sector. And then there was also I'd say a smaller contingency of states that was interested in the technical committee looking at a different weighting of that reduction, where the recreational sector would take a larger % given their greater percentage of the fishery removals. That was something that a number of states, particularly in the Chesapeake Bay, had done under Addendum 6 when the 18% reduction was needed. They had shifted those reductions through conservation equivalency, but under Amendment 7, conservation equivalency will not be allowed because the stock is overfished. So those states were looking to get that in up front. So if the board did say, we'll split these proportions, the reductions differently, they wouldn't have to do it through CE because they can't do that this year. So in terms of having to take a reduction, generally it's just quota reductions that are looked at for the commercial fleet along the coast. The board was most interested in looking at changing the slot limit, potentially narrowing it, moving it to some degree to reduce F if necessary, and then secondarily looking at seasons if depending on what some cut could be and how much you could achieve through a size limit. In the Chesapeake Bay, it's a little bit messier there, I guess I would describe it, because of the conservation equivalency proposals that were implemented under Addendum 6. So there's different size limits, different seasons in place in the Bay. It's more diverse than our coastal regulations. And there seemed to be more of a split of opinion as to should the Bay states be looking at seasons, or should they be looking at something like a maximum size? So both of those options are going to be considered. But if particular measures are selected, they either need to be written in a way such that they're flexible, or that's just what the states are going to have to live with, because again, conservation equivalency won't be allowed for whatever new measures are put in place this time. And there was also one other request for the technical committee to evaluate whether there being consistent size limits across the commercial and recreational sectors, how that would affect the rebuilding timeline. So there seems to be some interest in knowing what like the maximum size limit of 35 inches, what that would mean if put in place for the commercial fishery, how that would affect rebuilding. So that was all just kind of a theoretical discussion, because again, we need to wait for the results of the stock assessment to see if additional reduction is necessary or not. Hopefully it won't be, but this was just kind of the discussion to help the technical committee move forward quickly if reductions are needed. And then the other discussion was about a draft addendum that was previously initiated in order to allow quota transfers among the states with regard to the coastal quota allocations. Delaware has been pursuing this. They feel slighted, I would say, by the allocation that they have historically. And so they've been pursuing this, and the board has kind of been slow walking it in order to put the focus on Amendment 7, responding to the stock assessment. And so at this point, the board did agree to have the PDT keep drafting that addendum with an additional option that was put forward by Delaware, and anything else that the PDT, the plan development team, wants to put into it. And so I think it's likely that the board will be reviewing that draft addendum in February and potentially consider it for public comment then. The focus has really been on responding to the stock assessment, and not at this time doing something that would potentially allow for an increase in harvest when we've been focusing on decreasing harvest. So I'll pause for questions, I think, on striped bass before moving on, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, by all means. Questions for Nicola?
Thank
Leo,
you.
you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Thank you, Nicola, for that. The only thing that concerns me is that time is of the essence, and I would hate to think that if there is a need for proposed measures to take effect, that they wouldn't bump it into 24, but rather that would, changes would be made for 2023 season. I hate to, hear that we didn't have enough time to consider this or consider that when we've known over the past several years the stock assessment has been down, and I'd hate to have the public hear that well, we just haven't had enough time to deal with this, and I just want to say time is of the essence regarding this, and I just hope that it happens in a timely fashion, and that if there are going to be any changes, regardless of what they are, that it occurs in the 2023 season.
Yes, Khalil, thank you for that. If I can add lib, Nicola,
Please.
I believe it was Mike Armstrong at the winter meeting who put that motion forward. And if I'm not mistaken, it was voted up. It was a unanimous vote that if need be, we wouldn't have to go out back to the public, that we could enact management actions at the annual meeting after we see the stock assessment. And yet at the summer meeting, which I wasn't in attendance at, and if I had been, I would have challenged Mike Luisi, because he came on, he's the director from Maryland, saying, well, we really need time to address the public on this. Now, am I mistaken? Did Maryland vote that down back in February? I thought that was unanimous. They voted up Mike Armstrong's motion that we could react as a management body at this upcoming annual meeting. And yet here we go with Mike Luisi once again, trying to kick the can down the road. Well, I really need to go back to the public with this. Did he forget about that motion from February? And if so, I think, I hate to say this to you, Dan, you need to call up Mike Luisi and remind him of that motion, and that, I sympathize and I agree with Khalil. And I think it's just Maryland, once again, trying to kick the can down the road. And quite frankly, I'm tired of Maryland fishermen, recreational fishermen, calling me as a commissioner for the state of Massachusetts because they don't feel like they have any room with their director at all. They can't talk to him.
One thing I would add was that the schedule was certainly a lengthy discussion, and there was agreement that waiting until the winter meeting in February would be too late. It would be bumping up against states' seasons to approve changes then. So if a decision is not made in November at the annual meeting about any new measures that might be needed because states want to incorporate their own public feedback outside of the addendum process, the idea was that the board would hold a special meeting in December in order to approve any measures that were deemed necessary, and not delay it into 2024.
Thank you, Nicola. I remember that conversation, but I know how the process works, as Ron Amadon said earlier. State government, slower than a snail. And I could hear the excuses already. Oh, we're bumping up to Thanksgiving, the holiday season. We're bumping up to Christmas. We're bumping up to New Year's. And I believe we're going to have to take action this year to implement regulations for the 2023 season, January 1. Those are my feelings as a commissioner.
Hey, Ray, I just like to point out that while I appreciate your sentiment and Khalil's as well about the need for quick action, because if you lose the ability to get rules into effect, next year, you're postponing a whole nother year. Just to be mindful, the scenario that I see playing out is we really won't have much opportunity for public comment or maybe even commission action on this. That you are talking about a system where we go into a meeting And what comes out is kind of a negotiated outcome with a bunch of states, and it will be the rule. And because the conservation equivalencies are not, are more difficult to accomplish now, if at all. I'm just being the bearer of bad news. Just we're talking about a process where procedure is kind of thrown out the window. Like we go down to DC or we get on a Zoom call, and next thing you know, we've got a bunch of rules we have to enact without much input. So it is what it is.
Thank you. Any other questions on this or comments?
Khalil again?
Khalil, recognize.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Mr. Director. I feel very strongly about this, and I understand what Director McKiernan was saying about, you know, unintended consequences that might occur from fast decisions. But I personally feel that some drastic measures might have to be taken. And I would hope that the states that are at the table would recognize that I've been sitting back, and I've been patient, and I've been compromising, and I've been listening to people, and I've been and I think you understand I voted for the commercial guys, and I'm a recreational person, because I'm trying to play ball with everybody. And the last thing I want to hear is that when we know that there are issues regarding the young of year, the numbers, and hopefully the numbers will come up this year, but with the environmental conditions the way they are affecting many fisheries, including the herring fishery, which I'd like to talk a little about later on in my comments that I'll be given a chance to address at the end of the meeting. We just can't, people have got, and I'm not saying people aren't taking us serious, but I want to get back to what Ray said, that I don't want to hear excuses. Well, now we're into this holiday, we're into that, we've got to move on. We didn't have enough time to analyze this. When we've seen this coming down the line, the public will be outraged. The public will be outraged if, in fact, this thing gets pushed down the line to 2024. If we need to make drastic reductions in the quotas for both recreational and commercial, then they need to be made. If we're going to increase the quota for commercial or for the recreational, they need to be made. But the decision sooner or later has to be made. And I think that we've been sitting on this ASMFC has been sitting on this and seeing this coming down the line. And we're at a point, and I think it's a break point and a tipping point, that if something's not done quickly and logically, a decision being made, and let's say they said, let's have a moratorium of taking any fish from anybody until we get this, we get this settled and get this taken care of. I'd be very upset and very disappointed if a decision isn't made one way or the other for 2023. I don't think there's any excuse why we can't have it done. Mike Armstrong's proposal was passed to bypass the public, but I would hope that the public would still be able to contact the individual states that have the representatives representing them at the table, and tell them what their feelings are, what the way they should vote. Now I'm rambling, and I'm sorry about that, but you know, this is an issue. I think that striped bass is the flagship species for the ASMFC, as far as I'm concerned, and it just seems like it's kicked down the road and kicked down the road and kicked down the road, with decisions being made later than sooner. So thanks for indulging me.
Thank you, Khalil. Other comments?
Mike here, not.
Michael, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question: when will the Maryland Juvenile Index be available?
It starts in late July, I believe, and has, you know, they're probably doing the second part of it this month. So I think within another month. What I had heard loosely that it's not the clunker that it was the last couple of years, but it's not going to be a great year either. based on the first, week or two of the survey. But as soon as
That-
we have that, we'll make sure to share it.
Okay, thank you, because that's been a true indicator. And from what I understand, we have drought conditions up here. They had plenty of rainfall, and typically the rainfall, if they have a lot of rain down there, then we get a good juvenile outcome. So we will wait to see how that turns out, because as you know, and many know, this has been a heck of a year for striped bass. I mean, there's lots of them from New Jersey, New York, all the way up to Maine. I have Maine people calling me that are seeing sizes they haven't seen in years. It's probably associated with climatic shift of the stocks, but if we're going to have an uproar by the community, there will be those in the uproar from the community saying, how can this be if you're going to implement measures when we see such a tremendous amount of fish that we're catching in our waters? I would hope, I think that because of temperatures, the Chesapeake, I don't know if it's ever going to come back, and we need to start focusing on the Hudson and the other rivers, which I think the studies, from what I believe, the studies here in Massachusetts show that a lot of our fish are coming from the Hudson nowadays, not from the Chesapeake anymore. And maybe that's changed completely. And we need to look at that more closely and base it more heavily on those other waterways. But I hope this works out right, because there will be an uproar from those as a result of the positive year everyone's having with striped bass. And it's also indicative of the fact that our commercial quota, shut down 2 weeks ago, there's no lack of fish. There's plenty of them. And everybody's been happy catching and releasing them. So I look forward to getting those results to see where we end up. If you could forward it to me and others soon enough when it comes in, hopefully it's good news. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Comments?
No further hands raised here, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Nicola.
All right, we'll move into Menhaden. Already touched on some of the topics earlier in Dan's comments, but the board got the 2022 single species stock assessment from Menhaden. This is what's referred to as the BAM, the Beaufort Assessment Model, that is just looking at Menhaden alone and estimating population size and fishing mortality, but they are compared to the ecosystem reference points that were developed in the benchmark assessment 2 years ago. So the results were favorable in that the fishing mortality rate is right around that ERP target, and the biomass, fecundity as measured by eggs, is above the target there. However, the technical committee cautioned about those terminal year estimates being the most uncertain. And so another year or two's worth of data will help us to determine, if that spike that you see in the right-hand side for the fecundity, holds true with another year or two of information. But the part of the stock assessment includes 3 regional indices, North Atlantic, Mid-Atlantic, and South Atlantic indices. And not surprisingly, the North Atlantic index shows, a surge in the last number of years that, we're obviously seeing in our waters and in our fishery. So moving on from the stock assessment, the other action that the board took was to approve the draft addendum that looks at the state-by-state allocations, the episodic event set aside, and the provision that allows additional landings after a state's quota has been met, referred to as the incidental catch and small scale fishery provision. So there's a lot of options. We'll be having a hearing sometime in September. The ASMSC is working on that schedule right now, so that their staff can attend as many as possible. But we've let them know that we'd like to hold an in-person meeting in Gloucester And that, as part of that, as was discussed earlier, we thought that would be an opportune time to kind of hold some initial scoping about our state management measures for next year, as they relate to our recent fishery performance and what changes might come into place under this draft addendum. So, and that would lead into our developing a proposal for public comment over the winter about our state management. But so that the draft addendum, would consider changing the default minimum allocation that each state gets of 0.5%. There's a number of states that don't use that or use it minimally, and it leaves a bit of latent quota on the table. It has, however, allowed for more quota to be transferred. So one of the indirect effects of some of these allocation changes is that there may not be as much quota available for transfer, and that we may have, more knowledge at the beginning of the season, how much quota we have to work with, and help us manage it without, having to wait to see how much transferred quota we can get and things like that. So the episodic event set aside is right now at 1%. Then there's options to increase that up to at least 5% of the coastwide quota. And then I think the thornier issue, or one of them a little bit more complicated, is what to do with the incidental catch and small scale fishery provision that, states like Maine in particular have really relied upon. But initially this was a provision that Maryland really pursued because they were worried about their pound net fishery, which is a fixed multi-species gear, and, not wanting to, pull those out of the water when a quota is met, or result in a lot of discards. But there's options that may remove purse seines from that 6,000 pound allowance after the quota is caught. So that would be a big change from the way certain states are managing the fishery right now. Another option would limit that provision just to non-directed gears, which would include pound net, gill net, trawl, weir, fyke net, and floating fish traps and trammel nets. So there are implications for how we manage the fishery here, certainly. Another alternative, though, to reduce those landings could just be a different trip limit for purse seines or for the directed gear types under that provision. And moving on to bluefish, fluke, scup, and sea bass. This was the joint meeting with the Mid-Atlantic Council, and the specifications, the commercial quotas and recreational harvest limits for next year were set. This table shows the change from 2022 to 2023 for each species. The driving forces behind the changes from what was initially set for 2023 was the commercial recreational allocation amendment, which was adopted. That amendment, you'll recall, didn't change the historical base years that the sector allocations are based on, but it incorporated the new MRIP data, as well as some revised commercial discard estimates for SCUP to use the best available science in those commercial in the sector allocations. So the result was that they all changed to catch-based allocations and put a little bit more weight on recreational fisheries. So you can see where those changes are occurring. There was also a lot of discussion about estimating recreational discards and updating some of those estimates and how they play into the specifications. Notably, it's important to remember that even if you see an increase in a recreational harvest limit, such as for SCUP, we have to think about what the harvest has actually been in the recent years and how that compares to the harvest limit. So seeing an increase here doesn't necessarily relate to an increase in the measures, but that'll be the next step in December when the council and commission meet together to determine the recreational measures for fluke, scup, and sea bass, and that will use this year that new harvest control rule approach that was adopted, where stock status will play kind of a repeat role in how the increases or decreases are required, and it puts some caps on how much change would be allowed in any one year. But we did make decisions for bluefish recreational measures at this meeting, which was status quo. So that'll stay at the 3 and the 5 fish bag limits, depending on the mode. And then one other thing that I wanted to touch on was this fluke management strategy evaluation, which it's basically like a simulation of the entire assessment and management process, and includes a number of models and allows you to put different management measures into place and see how that affects the harvest and the discards. Then that feeds back into a simulated stock assessment, and you can do projections further out. But there's been a lot of interest in fluke recreational management to improve angler satisfaction and reduce the number of recreational discards. So through a pretty extensive public process with a lot of workshops, there was a number of different just example measures that were put together to kind of see how they score on a number of different performance metrics that were selected based on angler experience, social, economic effects, stock sustainability, and the angler experience quality, with things like, how many trips result in at least one fish being taken home. And so on a coast-wide analysis, moving to a slot limit scored highest among a bunch of different measures that were looked at. So I do expect that there's going to be kind of a renewed interest in looking at a slot limit, perhaps on a coast-wide basis. And I bring this up because it's notable that Mass right now has one of the more liberal bag and size limits, and so a coast-wide slot limit could affect us differently from other states that are really interested in it. So this is kind of a process that I'm going to be paying close attention to. And when a graph like this that kind of scores those different example measures, when you look at it on a state-by-state basis, you do see kind of a different effect on Massachusetts. So I'm going to be trying to come up with some alternatives and plenty of rationale that will help to consider Massachusetts viewpoints in the outcomes. But it is a significant step forward for these species management. One part is a model that can be an alternative predictor of harvest, rather than just looking at the last 3 years of MRIP data under these measures and saying, okay, well, that's probably what we'll harvest next year under the same rules. This provides a model-based approach to predict what the harvest will be under different management alternatives. So the council and board expressed a lot of optimism to use that model to predict harvest for next year for fluke and maybe black sea bass as well, if that model is ready in time. So a lot to still come out on, before we get to the recreational measures for those 3 species. Any questions on I guess on Menhaden or the Mid-Atlantic species?
Let's see any hands raised, Nicola. Get it off easy.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. Moving on, updates concerning federal fisheries management. Melanie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and morning, everyone. Jared's going to throw up some slides for me. Thank you, Jared. So since your last meeting in June, the councils met once. That's from June 28th to 30th in Portland, and they're scheduled again to meet in September. This will be September 26th to the 29th in Gloucester, so a local meeting. The September meeting, it is going to be packed. If you noted from those dates, it's spilling over to a 4th day. I can't even remember when we've had a four-day meeting in the recent past. So in addition to the scheduled work, we'll be welcoming a new Mass member in Eric Hansen of Marion, Mass, and he's filling that seat vacated by Dr. Sisson-Wine, who termed out. So I'm going to run through each FMP. I'll provide a summary of the decisions from June and overview of the September council agenda. I do want to note that agenda is not out yet, so I'm using the council's 3-meeting Outlook document really to inform what's on tap. So there may be some tweaks here and there from what I'm presenting you. Next slide. So first, Atlantic herring. The council faces 2 main decisions. First is setting 2023 to 2025 fishery specifications. And the second is how to proceed with Framework 7, which is that Georges Bank spawning action. The council is gearing up to make a final decision on specs in September after a summer that's been filled up with lots of scientific and technical updates, primarily that updated management track assessment. Nick detailed that in her ASMSC updates, but in summary, that assessment considered improved data streams and modeling, but did not change the overall stock status, which remains overfished, with overfishing not occurring. Next slide. So in setting specs, the council's SSC has reviewed the management track assessment information as well as catch information and everything else that feeds into setting catch advice. They've agreed with the PDT's recommendation for catch limits, which would set the 2023 ABC, if you follow on that second line, the proposed ABC, would set the 2023 ABC at 16,649 metric tons. This would increase to 23,409 metric tons in 2024, and then further increase to 28,181 metric tons. Above that, you can see what the current ABCs are. The one that is listed for FY23, that really was a bridge year, so we knew we were going to be revising that. So this recommendation from the SSC is consistent with the council's ABC control rule, and it's based on the rebuilding plan with all those itinerant updates to the recruitment assumptions that were made in the assessment. The changes in the assessment should make these projections, they're still optimistic probably, but they should be more realistic of expected future recruitment. So the other substantive herring decision, as I noted, is whether to discontinue work on Framework 7 or not. So recall, this is the action that seeks to implement spawning protections on Georges Bank. It's focused primarily on protection of spawning adult herring, which leaves the protection of egg mats as a future potential action. And additionally, as the council has been considering Framework 7 over time, it's been filtered down to primarily address the directed herring fishery, which is raising some kind of old concerns from NOAA's previous disapproval of proposed spawning protection measures on Georges Bank that applied just to purse seine, or would have applied just to purse seine and midwater trawls, but not bottom trawl vessels. And General Counsel at our last Herring Committee meeting also raised some similarity to legal concerns that were brought up in the court's recent rejection of portions of Amendment 8. So basically the bottom line, the council is being cautioned that the rationale for Framework 7 and any spawning protection measures needs to provide clear, less speculative benefits given the certain costs. So there is a tabled committee motion to discontinue work that will be discussed leading into the September council meeting. So stay tuned and I'll keep you abreast of how that develops. Next slide. The groundfish, Framework 65, it continues to be the major focus of the council and its groundfish committee this year. This is an action that will set specifications for 2023 to 2024, 2025 specifications, depends on which stocks we're talking about. Let's see, it also is considering rebuilding of Gulf of Maine cod, Southern New England, Mid-Atlantic winter flounder, and Georges Bank cod, and that latter stock was added by the council as a stock of concern at their June meeting. Finally, the framework also looks at potential revisions to the ABC control rules. And this action is scheduled for final decision in December. So we're really right now in the thick of the PDT's analytical work and SSC review. So in September, the council will fill out the portion of Framework 65 that sets catch limits for Georges Bank stocks shared with Canada, those transboundary stocks of cod, haddock, and yellowtail. The SSC meets next week, that's August 25th, to recommend catch limits for Georges Bank yellowtail, Georges Bank cod, and Southern New England Mid-Atlantic yellowtail. And those decisions will, of course, be informed by discussion of the Groundfish Committee, which is next scheduled to meet on September 15th. And I'm certainly happy to discuss any of this with commission members in further detail, but I don't want to take up the rest of the meeting. I could with just this topic. I'll just briefly mention two hot topics under Framework 65. And I think of late, some of the conversations we've had, they are the constraining impacts of drastically reduced Georges Bank cod limits and identification of management measures that would promote Gulf of Maine cod spawning recruitment. As I said, there's lots of ongoing conversations, folks like Conservation Law Foundation on Gulf of Maine cod and with various industry representatives on Georges Bank cod. So in terms of Southern New England, Mid-Atlantic winter flounder, there does seem to be some breathing room given this summer's assessment found the stock was not overfished and overfishing is not occurring. Next slide. And I thought before I hop off groundfish, I just flash this work outlook up on the screen. This is the work outlook for 2022. This was put together by council staff and shows the various groundfish priorities and intended timelines by quarter. Some feedback on Amendment 23 metrics was provided at the June council meeting. So I expect the PDT to be touching down on that as time allows with development of Framework 65. Next slide. So moving on to scallops, the big decision point for the council in September will be whether to initiate an amendment to pursue limited access leasing. Summer-long comment period concluded on July 5th, and both oral and written comments provide the council public input on the potential importance of such an action, as well as what a limited access leasing program might entail. The Scallop Committee meets September 21st, a week before the council meeting, to provide its input on that decision. Otherwise, the council will give over its time to development of Framework 36, which was initiated at the June meeting. This is the vehicle for setting annual specifications and defaults for, so annual specifications for 2023 and defaults for year 2, 2024. Like groundfish, the final action on the framework is scheduled for December. The PDT is also in the heat of its analysis of this summer's surveys, and work will move into the committee for development of rotational and other management measures in September and October. Finally, the Scallop Survey Working Group will present the council its final report in September. Recommendations have several targets and inputs, including back to the council. For instance, this could impact RSA prioritization and other pathways directly to the Northeast Fisheries Science Center to inform their work, processes, and priorities. Next slide. So like groundfish, just wanted to flash this calendar view of current work priorities through December of this year. This and a multi-year calendar view are helpful for staying informed. They are constantly updated by staff. So if you're ever interested, I'm happy to forward along updated calendars. Next slide. Skates and monkfish. The council will receive annual monitoring reports for both and a progress report on Monkfish Framework 13, which will set specifications for 2023-2025 and potential management measures, which may affect days at sea, possession limits, and gill net mesh size. The council will also discuss whether to include an action under 2023 work priorities to address the recently released NOAA Fisheries draft action plan to reduce Atlantic sturgeon bycatch and federal large mesh gillnet fisheries. That's a mouthful. Several recommendations in the plan focus on skate and monkfish gillnet fisheries. And in fact, all the FMPs are discussing potential 2023 management priorities. That process starts in September with the committees working to fill out the wish list. This is really kind of the throw the spaghetti on the wall phase, and the council will make a final decision on management priorities in December. Next slide. Ecosystem-based fisheries management, or EBFM for short. The council is continuing to prepare for public information workshops on EBFM for Georges Bank. The committee meets September 7th to further discuss this, as well as the prototype management strategy evaluation, or MSE, of a Georges Bank ecosystem-based fisheries management plan and its various strategies. One area of ongoing contention really regards the intersection of MSA and the law with potential EBFM approaches. And that specifically is the application of National Standard 1 guidance with respect to stock complex catch limit recommendations. The EBFM committee is scheduled to discuss this with NOAA Fisheries leadership at their September 7th committee meeting. This will be held virtually, so if you're interested in that discussion, I'd encourage you to attend, or if you want to provide some public input, you can find the webinar information on the council's webpage under the Habitat Committee tab. Next slide. Or excuse me, EBFM slide, sorry. So Habitat is next, and as usual, it faces, the council faces a variety of subject matters on this, from offshore wind to aquaculture to habitat management areas. So in June, the council approved a southern New England habitat area of particular concern, and you can see that to the right in that chart. And this was adopted due to concerns about potential adverse impacts associated with offshore wind energy development on sensitive hard bottom habitats and cod spawning activity. So the area selected overlaps offshore wind lease sites in southern New England, and it's buffered by approximately about 10 kilometers on all sides. The designation would apply to locations within the mapped area where there's evidence of cod spawning activity and or complex benthic habitat. And it's felt that this designation really ticks most of the HAPC designation box requirements. It's consistent with the council's offshore wind policy, which seeks to ensure compatible development through an early and often consultation approach. In other offshore wind developments, the council submitted a letter to BOEM urging programmatic evaluation for the entire Gulf of Maine planning area prior to any identification of wind energy areas. And the hope here is that this will aid better understanding of cumulative impacts. In September, the council will receive updates on various offshore wind projects, and there are a couple of draft council comment letters that will be considered. These look at the New York Bight programmatic EIS, the Maine, New Hampshire, Mass Port Access Route Study, other available DEIS documents, including the Orsted Ocean Wind Project off Atlantic City, and perhaps of particular interest to this group, the BOEM Fisheries Mitigation Draft Guidelines. That particular letter is being drafted jointly between the New England, Mid-Atlantic, and South Atlantic councils. Also in September, the council scheduled to discuss initiating a framework on facilitating offshore Atlantic salmon aquaculture. The current FMP for Atlantic salmon, not one that I've really read through in any depth, it's not an active one, of course, allows for salmon aquaculture if the action is consistent with the goals and objectives of the Atlantic salmon FMP. So a framework route would focus on allowing possession of aquaculture reared salmon, while an alternative route would be for the council to not be so formal and simply consult and coordinate with the lead aquaculture agencies, which are NIMS, EPA, and the Army Corps of Engineers. This is a particularly timely issue because of the Blue Water Fisheries project that proposes commercial scale marine finfish aquaculture for steelhead trout and Atlantic salmon. That's within federal waters, about 7.5 miles east-northeast of Newburyport. And I think it's about water depth of about 80 meters. Next slide. So the council has a few discussion items in September related to habitat management areas. First, the council will continue discussion of clam dredge research in the Great South Channel HMA. This was an area of contested, or is an area of contested surf clam fishery access, particularly that area known as Rose and Crown. And I'm sorry that this is so small, but it's that orange larger area, kind of the third one in from the left in this chart. The council, when it approved the Omnibus Habitat Amendment back in 2018, had set up a research allowance to gather further information on habitat impacts in the area towards potentially allowing future access. So Coonamessett Farm Foundation has been conducting a clam dredge mapping study in a subset of Rose and Crown under an EFP. And the Habitat Committee is actually meeting today to discuss the recently received final report with a goal of determining the utility of the study for management of fishing gear impacts within the Great South Channel HMA. This could, outcomes could be maybe NOAA extends the current FMP, maybe they approve similar EFPs. So stay tuned on that. Next slide. Additional component of the Habitat Omnibus created specific dedicated habitat research areas. There's one on Stellwagen and this George's Bank, one in green. Those require a review after 3 years. So recall the Habitat Omnibus was adopted in 2018. And the intent of that review is to decide on their continued utility. So GARFO is currently soliciting information on research that might be occurring in the 2 DHRAs to inform this review. Next slide. Okay, so that, Mr. Chair, ends my updates on council goings on, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for Melanie?
I have a question.
Raised, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
it's Bill Amaru.
Yes, you're recognized, Bill.
Thank you. Could I see the plate with the scallop information on it, please? No, my question at any rate, there's a lot of concern among the fishermen in my region, thank you, who are concerned about a perception that access leasing for the limited access vessels will somehow negatively impact the general category vessels. Could I ask whether or not there's conservation neutrality built into the work that's been done so far, and if it would be a requirement that it be a neutral adjustment in their management strategy so that it would not negatively impact the general category vessels?
Yeah, it's a good question, Bill, and you're kind of a step ahead, and this is where we've struggled with this scoping process and how we step through this. So the decision to be made is whether or not we begin an action to develop a program. So there's no program per se, but in obviously people making a decision about whether this is a worthwhile thing to pursue, we were asking people, what would a leasing program potentially look like? What would it entail? And we certainly heard from proponents throughout the Scallopers campaign and other proponents that their intent is to be conservation neutral. I know when you say the LAGC, I do recall we heard several comments about concerns, particularly with the Northern Gulf of Maine and potential in terms of one particular access for effort to increase with LAGC combined permits maybe getting split off, or that since you are combining permits, could potentially be combining permits. So I don't have a direct answer for you. I think we heard the desire to be conservation neutral, but those are all those details that have to be developed in a program. So what the guardrails are kind of remain to be seen and would have to be developed once if a decision is made to pursue such an action.
Okay, fair enough. I get the drift, and we'll continue to monitor it.
Yeah.
I'd like to be able to say something to the fishermen in my area. I think this is going to sound like a rather hollow response, but I'll just tell them to continue to monitor and attend. The meetings are all done now. Did you say the scoping meetings?
Yeah, the comment period closed on July 5th. We have all those written comments where staff are working to write up the summaries, provide some documents that should be going out to the committee in plenty of time. You know, we had, what did I say? The 21st is our committee meeting. So I'm hoping that we'll have some of that information by the end of the month. But the written summaries have gone out. I can send them copies of them along to you if you'd like to see them.
Yes,
yeah,
I would.
okay, take care of that.
All right, and I'll continue to monitor this monthly as we work through the fall and winter. Thank you, very good report indeed.
Any other questions for Melanie?
I'm not saying that, Mr. Chair. We can move on to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Melanie. Very good report. Thank you as always. Protected species updates. Bob, Glenn?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, and thank you everyone. Jared, if I could just have this screen quickly.
You should have it, Bob. It's all you.
Can everyone see the screen okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. This will be very brief. I just wanted to give you a couple of updates on ongoing protected species issues. I'm happy to report that Division Marine Fisheries staff, as well as other members of the Incidental Take Permit Task Force, just recently completed our first draft of our habitat conservation plan. We did so in mid-July. That is the primary foundation of our incidental take permit application. This just went through and finished internal review as well as review by our department legal people. And as such, we're in a position now where we plan probably tomorrow to submit our first draft of a habitat conservation plan to NOAA Fisheries for review. And so just to remind the commission that this process of an incidental take permit is likely to be kind of an iterative and negotiative process with National Marine Fisheries Service. Submitting this marks kind of our first step forward in presenting NOAA Fisheries with what our plans are to maintain an incidental take per request and maintain an incidental take permit. So this is a positive first step. I'm happy to report that we'll be doing that. Kind of a fairly large development relative to protected species is a recent decision by Judge Boasberg in DC. This is in the the Center for Biodiversity versus NOAA Fisheries lawsuit that challenged basically the foundation of the 2021 NIMS biological opinion and also their final rules. Judge Boasberg recently issued a decision, and in his decision, he found that National Marine Fisheries Service violated the Endangered Species Act by failing to satisfy the Marine Mammal Protection Act's negligible impact requirement before setting the authorized level of lethal take in its incidental take statement. What he found was the NIMS conservation framework, and that's the 10-year plan that NIMS put forward to reduce right whale mortality to below PBR over the next 10 years. He found that because that authorized some lethal takes in the interim time and a number of lethal takes that were in excess of PBR, that it would fail to meet the negligible impact threshold under the current population status. He also found that NIMS breached the time requirements mandated by the MMPA in the 2020 final rule. So potential biological removal is the reference point used to manage right whales and other large whales. And it sets the number of allowable lethal deaths every year. And for North Atlantic right whales, it's 0.7 currently. And that means over a 10-year period, there can be allowed up to 7 right whale deaths. Our current rate is about 3 times PBR, around 2.54 is the annual mortality rate. And MMPA is very strict in its definition, saying that the service is required to put plans in place that will reduce mortality to below PBR within 6 months. And the NIMS plan, as proposed, did so over a 10-year time period. So the judge found that that was not valid. And as a result, the court held that the 2021 NIMS biological opinion and their 2021 final rule is invalid. Judges has since ordered the parties, CBD, Conservation Law Foundation, and the other plaintiffs to work with NOAA Fisheries to submit a joint schedule on remedies. Currently, the plaintiffs are asking the court to basically hold NIMS' feet to the fire and require that they submit a new final rule that will achieve PBR in 6 months. So what does this mean? At this point, I don't really know. It means currently in lobster regulatory world, there's a large degree of uncertainty about what this means and the extent to which the judge will ultimately require NIBS to reach PBR within 6 months. If he does so, that means that there would be some very substantial additional lobster regulations coming down, at least on the federal fishery, and the reverberations or aftershocks into the state waters fishery is largely unknown. I'm cautiously optimistic that we may be fairly well poised in Massachusetts because of the additional steps we have taken in Mass as part of our incidental take permit, and that we've already, through NOAA fisheries calculations, reduced more risk of serious injury and mortality by 90% in Mass. And I'm hoping that that makes us fairly insulated. But I can't predict that, and ultimately, the landscape is fairly unknown. I have a week-long meeting coming up in September for the Atlantic large whale take reduction team. And that meeting, if it goes forward, it's still scheduled, and they're planning, updating us with more information. So it seems like it's going to go off. And I hope at that meeting to learn more about what that might mean regulatory wise. But at this point, I can't really comment. Other updates for protected species, and Dan touched on this earlier, was that our state legislature approved $500,000 for lobster gear modifications, and essentially this is a grant program to assist commercial lobstermen with the cost of equipment associated with rigging up ropes for gear marking and or weak links to comply with North Atlantic right whale protection rules. And this can include, as I said, rope, weak contrivances, and gear marking. There's a max of $5,000 per fisherman, and that priority will be given to those who are dual permit holders, who have to have essentially 2 sets of buoy lines in order to adequately comply with our gear marking rules. And DMF staff is currently working on this, and there are details we'll follow on this in the coming months, and we'll have extensive amount of outreach with the industry as it develops. And then the only other thing I'll touch on this morning is NOAA Fisheries also recently published their roadmap to ropeless fishing. Essentially, this document just kind of outlines what they've forecast as the way forward for ropeless fishing relative to the amount of required research and development. They've broken it down into 4 stages. We're in the early stages of development right now. In stage 1, stage 2 will involve more directed testing to answer some key questions about how ropeless fishing could work around and how to mitigate for gear conflicts as far as guys setting over each other, mobile gear interactions, and kind of technology on how to virtually mark it. Well, it was pretty interesting to note. It was the first time in that NOAA Fisheries kind of publicly in black and white laid out its view of where and when ropeless fishing might be required. And what was interesting in that was that it noted that they anticipate that it would not apply to all areas, but that it would only apply to areas in space and time where other options couldn't work, or in areas in time where current closures prevent lobster fishers from accessing them, and where it might make sense for them to invest in that technology to get access to that. So I think essentially what they're forecasting is that there may be large swaths of inshore areas where they're not really considering ropeless fishing as a tool that'll be either practical and or necessary. That's our hope. We're working directly with NOAA Fisheries as well as several NGOs in trying to keep track of this, and DMF is investing more effort right now into essentially keeping track of developments and collaborating with folks on the ropeless gear front, mostly just to keep us completely informed of how it's developing, and also ensuring that any development takes place is well grounded in what we consider to be practical fishery solutions, and not not ones that are going to be inusable for the fishery in the future. That's kind of it for now. Oh, the one other thing I'd mention in their roadmap to Ropeless that was pretty interesting is I think NOAA Fisheries is kind of shifting their primary focus on how to mitigate for right whale risk. And so previously when the large whale take reduction team met and were tasked with reducing risk by 60 and then 60% and now 90%, it was everyone was going to do an across the board percent reduction, and that was how they were going to achieve it. Now what they're doing is they're looking at risk and seeing that risk isn't spread out evenly across the Atlantic seaboard. And instead of trying to do that, they're just focusing on the real hot spots about where a co-occurrence of fishing gear and whales occur, and trying to focus on that. And what they found in that Ropeless Roadmap, or they revealed, was that something in the order of 80% of the remaining risk occurs out in federal waters, in basically a really small area. And so it seems like their focus now is going to shift towards fairly focused management measures in discrete areas to deal with high levels of risk instead of broad scale. And so with that, Mr. Chair, that's the end of the protected species update, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Bob. Questions for Bob Glenn?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Bob, what's that category 2 listing gonna do for us as far as this judge's ruling? Are we separated out from that, or is this all lobster fisheries, or how's that category 2 fisheries listing gonna help us get through this mess?
Right. So, and that's a good question. And again, I'm not entirely sure of the answer. As I indicated before, I think the fact that we're listed as category 2, we're not lumped in with measures necessarily directed at the rest of specifically lobster fisheries. But at this point, they haven't really got to the point of discussing remedy. They've only basically said that the plan's invalid, the biop is invalid. Go back to the drawing board and come back with something that fixes the problem. What we don't know is how NOAA Fisheries is going to target the medicine essentially. But that said, 90% of the risk to right whales along the Atlantic seaboard is from the northeast trap pot fishery for lobster, which Massachusetts is no longer a part of. We're our own separate category. So I'm hopeful that means we might be somewhat insulated, but it's too early to tell.
Yeah. I hope going forward that this category 2 listing gets us separated out of this whole big picture PBR thing, because we're doing so much. So I'm just, I'm really concerned about this judge's ruling and having a very, very negative impact on our whole effort here in Massachusetts. Thanks.
Thank you, Suki. Any other questions for Bob?
I'm not seeing any other questions, Ray.
Let's move along to shellfish program updates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appreciate it. I don't have any slides this morning, but I just have 4 items I'll go over. It's FDA peer season, it seems. A peer stands for the NSSP Program Element Evaluation Review. There are 5 elements in the NSSP: plant sanitation, growing area, Vibrio, patrol, and lab. Peers are conducted annually, and they're to ensure NSSP compliance by all the member states. Last month, we underwent our annual Vibrio peer. Last week, we had the growing area peer. June was DPH plant sanitation peer, and this week is law enforcement's turn. So both the the DMF Vibrio and growing area pier, our weeks went well. It was very cooperative, and we had plenty of good discussion with the FDA evaluators. The FDA reports are due within 30 days. We generally do very well with our Vibrio evaluation. DMF and DPH have a tight Vibrio plan, and grower compliance is generally excellent. Growing area pier was focused on mooring areas and wastewater treatment plants. And this year, those areas were Buzzards Bay areas that were impacted by wastewater treatment plants, and Chatham for really focused on mooring areas. So it will be interesting to see what exactly they come back with as for comments. And what they'll do is they'll rate us for which ones they identify, which parts of the program they've identified as deficiencies, and then if there are new and emerging concerns. Speaking of Vibrio, we're a bit past the typical midpoint of the Vibrio season. As typical, there have been a number of single source illnesses this year. There have been no outbreaks, which is good, and no area closures as of yet. I'd like to remind you, there's typically about a 3-week delay in illnesses being reported to DPH and DMF. So we're always looking into the past. So I would expect that the hot weather we had in July will be receiving those illness reports coming up in the next few days. The next item is SMAST. They've completed their first draft of the Situate wastewater treatment plant hydrodynamic model. We're still reviewing the draft, but I've got to say that we had our monthly update meeting in May, and we were very encouraged. And then when we saw the final draft in July, we were a bit crestfallen. So we're still reviewing it, and we have some questions for SMAST, and we'll go back and ask them for some clarification. But it was nice to get it. It took a whole year to do the Situate model. We're hoping to do more this coming year, maybe between 4 and 6 wastewater treatment plants in Buzzards Bay. We've received funding for another year in our budget, so that's a good sign. We're hoping to continue that. And then last is PSP. The PSP season has been active this year. Nauset experienced their annual PSP closure in April. It lasted approximately 2 months, reopening in June. Unfortunately, then a month later, we had to close Nauset down again for DSP, diuretic shellfish poisoning. And just last week, we were able to reopen oysters and quahogs in Nauset, but mussel toxicity remains high. We don't have the capability to test in-house for a DSP, so we have to ship samples to another lab that's out of state. And there's really only 3 or 4 labs that are certified by, have NSSP certification for DSP. So it's kind of limited. On the North Shore, PSP closures began in mid-June. That's not typical, but it's not unheard of. Lasted for about 3 to 4 weeks. We then had a rebound in toxicity in both mussels and soft-shell clams in the areas between Ipswich and Newburyport. And we also saw PSP toxicity in mussels on the South Shore this year. So we had a closure down to down past Plymouth for mussels. But fortunately, that's all the toxicity we saw this year. And mostly the bloom appears to be over, and toxicity is gone in almost all samples, except I believe Newburyport still has another week to go. And that's my update for this month.
Questions for Jeff?
That's Bill Amarello. I have a question.
Bill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the report. Yes, the Nauset estuary really had a tough year. The fishermen in this town and the towns around our area that fish in the estuary are really hurting. Can you give me a reason why the DSP came into our area and lasted so long?
We've seen DSP in Nauset before, and there have been DSP. I believe there's been 2 other DSP closures. Right now, I can't give you a reason why it's stuck in Nauset, other than the water is well fed, nutrient fed from the Atlantic, and it has a small opening, so it tends to be trapped in there. So if there's a bloom in there, if those organisms are in there, the water does warm up, and it is well fed. They have a lot to
Yep.
feed on.
Yeah, we have longer and longer closures every year, summer. I'm going to ask you a question. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Not at all.
The town of Orleans is going to be voting in October to ban the use of lawn fertilizers on grassy surfaces. In your opinion as a scientist, do you think that lowering the amount of nitrogen that will come from this reduction in lawn fertilization will have an impact on the health of our estuary when it comes to shellfish?
So you won't like my answer. I can't tell you. It can't hurt, but cause and effect is very difficult to ascertain. But certainly, like I said, once anything gets into that system, there's not a lot of, it's good flushing, and yet it can stay in a cove, and that's all it takes.
Yeah.
We saw most of our this DSP bloom began in Town Cove. So, and it was worse in Town Cove than anywhere else, although it did extend beyond.
Yes, and of course, that's one of the deepest reaches from the Atlantic Ocean. Well,
right.
I appreciate it, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I know I want you to be honest, but I think common sense and logic tells us if we can lower the amount of nutrients flowing into the system, which we know is happening with the incredible increase in the number of very expensive lawn systems that we have with these large houses that are replacing the cottages that traditionally had Cape Cod lawns, which is a lawn that turns brown in the summer, with these green lawns, hundreds and maybe thousands of acres, watered and heavily fertilized. It's got to have an impact, and I'm hoping that even without the hard science that could prove it, we will get somewhere with the town on the vote for this, and we can start seeing oxygen back on the bottoms of our estuaries. And that's what we know for 25 years there's been no oxygen on the bottom of most of the estuaries more than 20 feet from shore in the town of Orleans and the Nauset estuary. All right, thanks, and I appreciate the report. It was very timely and accurately presented. Thanks.
I will say, Bill, that we did see something this past year. We were seeing PSP. We were seeing Alexandrium growth in Salt Pond in January. So we were scrambling truly on Christmas Eve day. We were scrambling to try to determine whether or not we needed to institute a closure.
Jeez.
So it's not necessarily linked directly. There's no direct correlation, but with nutrient runoff. But again, I think you're right. Eliminating what you can is a good step.
Well, it'd be nice to find out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Questions for Jeff?
Not seeing any further questions.
Hey, Ray, can we take Quota managed species update next? Because I think that's a more time sensitive presentation than the adjudicatory proceedings, which is less time sensitive in terms of the current.
Yeah, as long as everybody on the commission is all right with us changing the agenda order. Is everybody okay with this?
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Not seeing any objections, Rod.
Okay, we'll move on to Quota managed species update.
Green's your story.
Okay, I will share my screen. Give me 1 second here. All right, so we wanted to give you all an update. I'm presuming you can see my screen now, I hope.
Yes.
And give you an update on where we are on some of our quota managed species fisheries that we've talked about today already. Some of them. We'll start with striped bass. that we know. We closed it on August 5th. The actual last fishing day was Wednesday, August 3rd, I believe. We've heard today how there were a lot more big fish around and available to both the commercial and recreational fishermen this year, and we certainly saw it with the landings. As a reminder, last year the fishery closed right around October 1st. We reached 100% of the quota, and you can see here what's most interesting, I think, on this slide is the figure on the right that shows this year's fishery landings in black as compared to the previous 5 years. And you can just see a different trajectory of the landings weekly. And what we heard and saw from the dealer data was that the higher catch rates that were mostly on the North Shore the past few years were higher catch rates statewide this year. So we had dealers that buy fish on the South Shore and the Cape and the Islands that weren't buying as many fish the previous couple of years were this year. And we know that from our tagging program, we had to get more tags out to some of those dealers because we base our tag distribution on recent history, recent performance of the dealers in the past year. So we know that those dealers needed more tags and certainly saw it in the landings. And once we get harvester data in and analyzed next year, we can have a better handle on whether that, what that distribution shift look like of landings between North Shore, South Shore, Cape and Islands, et cetera. But nonetheless, the catch rates were certainly up statewide, and you can see it in these figures. There was a slight overage when it was all told of about 27,000 pounds. That will come off next year's quota. And that 27,000 pounds represents less than a day's worth of catch for an open commercial day in the past couple weeks. The catch rates really ramped up in that last week, week and a half. Next is bluefish. The 2022 quota is roughly 250,000 pounds. We're just over 50% of the way through that. The projection you see on the left in that light blue line, that is based on the previous week's landings. So if you were to have looked at this a week ago, it would have been steeper. You can see the landings dropped off a little bit last week for whatever reason. But you can see we're about 50% of the way through. And on the right, you can see where we are relative to previous years, tracking pretty closely to 2021, actually, in terms of landings throughout the season. Black sea bass is next. We're about 33% of the way through the quota. You can see on the right, on the black 2022 line, you really can pick out that we did have open the season a week earlier based on the reg change from last winter, and you can see that. So really, trajectory is about the same as previous years, but you have that week earlier opening that you can see.
Story before you two change slides,
Yep.
if you go back up to sea bass, Nicholas showed us earlier, we have about a 25% cut in quota next year.
Right.
So instead of 1 million, we'll be at 750. So we may not have to do any kind of rule modifications over the winter. And we probably will have some kind of a surplus at year's end this year, but it might be spot on next year.
Right. I think that's accurate. Fluke, where we did have a major increase over the past few years in quota availability. We're tracking pretty closely to 2021, maybe slightly above. We'll see how it shakes out over the next few weeks, but tracking fairly closely, even with the adjustments made to the regulations for this year, allowing for 7 days of fishing and a slightly higher possession limit for both draggers and hook and line, tracking fairly closely here. We've used about 33% of the quota again so far this year. horseshoe crab bait landings, we're at about 54% landed of the quota. You can see in the black line, we're tracking below the previous few years at this point in the season. You heard at the beginning of the meeting what's been going on, some with the horseshoe crab fishery, with some of the harvesters, even the draggers switching over to the biomedical fishery. So that could account for some of this. Those landings are not accounted for here because those crabs are returned. So this is just the bait fishery. So we'll keep monitoring this, especially considering that potential increase that Dan mentioned for the bait harvesters up to 500 crabs per day. So we'll watch this. Next is Menhaden. This is a little complicated to look at, as we know, because of the different periods that we have. So you'll remember we opened the limited entry fishery on June 1st this year, as opposed to allowing landings in May like we have in the past. So in the black line, you can see on the right that the real landings start around June 1st. Prior to that, you have a little bit of open entry landings, fish weirs, things like that. But really it started on June 1st. And then our original quota was caught by June 20th. We opted into the episodic event set aside on June 23rd for a couple weeks. And then when the episodic set aside was caught, we moved over to some additional quota. We call it quota 2 here. It's really just back into the quota fishery, and that's transfers that we got from other states at that time. And then that fishery, that limited entry fishery, lasted through July 27th. And now we have an ongoing open entry fishery where we have a few boats landing at that 6,000 pound non-targeted limit, so to speak. So you can see the landing still rising a little bit as we go through time, but the quota fishery ended on July 27th. And you'll see that the total landings for our quota and episodic events set aside together are virtually the same as 2021. So the commercial fisheries landed and will land essentially the same amount as last year. And that's the last quota slide I've got. So
Story, if I could just make a comment to bring the commission full circle relative to Nicola's presentation. The new new addendum to the Menhaden plan might do away with some of the episodic set aside. It might do away with some of the fish that are held by states that don't harvest them. So the last 2 years, we've had about 10 million pounds. It's conceivable that in the future, we'll have a quota of about 10 million pounds, which means, in a perfect world, we wouldn't have to go chasing fish. Our current quota is around 6, I believe. And the difference between 6 and 10, that 4 million, is what we get from the set aside and what we get from transfers. So I think there's some interest among the states to do away with some of this busy work that every year, especially the New England states here, are busy fishing hard, almost derby style, and then trying to grab extra fish from those other 2 aspects of the plan. So those are the kind of issues that are in play through this new addendum. And Nick, I think you'd agree with that if you have anything to add.
Nope, spot on, Dan.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
okay, so we'll monitor these and we can give an update at the September meeting. We're also going to update the running total value of certain species and then overall of the landings. And we'll show you that next month. You'll remember we monitored that closely in 2020 when values were low for the most part, and 2021 where some values like lobster and scallops, the ex-vessel value was very high. We're seeing some of that come back down to earth in 2022. So we'll show you that at the next meeting.
Thank you, Story. Questions for Story?
Mike Beardnock.
Michael, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Story. Can you go back to the striped bass summary?
Yep.
I find this very interesting, and through the years, me and others that not only fish for striped bass near shore, we go offshore after tuna, and as we hear about such a decline about striped bass, we're in the EEZ, well offshore and catching striped bass. Our theory has always been they're temperature driven, bait driven, and the temperatures have increased, so they've gone farther offshore. This year, the water temperatures are much cooler, and it's brought them nearer shore, even south of the Cape, but temperatures are warming up down there to what you would typically encounter. I look at this as lines of evidence that that's possibly what may be going on. And I'm curious whether such data as this can be used as additional lines of evidence that striped bass and the EEZ need to be taken into consideration for the status of the stock, and that you're just moving inshore or offshore, which is been going on for years based on temperature. So I'd like to get your thoughts if this can be put to good use, because you pointed out something that, as you noted, previous years, most recent years, it was really north of the Cape from Boston Harbor on north, but this is a complete cross section south all the way north, catching these fish, large fish, because it's cool enough for them to stay there. Otherwise, they're moving farther north or east. So is this something that can be put to use to demonstrate such? And then I have just one other quick question.
And that's a good point. I don't believe we have Mike Armstrong on, do we today, Dan?
Negative, he's on the shrimp.
Okay, right. So, yeah, but we should bring this up with Mike. And he
Yeah,
can
well, we can
address
come
that.
back to you in the September meeting and
Yeah.
have further discussion about that, Mike Pieternach.
Thank you. One last thing with the black sea bass. I had heard some things early in the season that the price was way down. Is that impacting things here? Or is there still enough of a market that they can sell the fish?
That's a good question. We heard that too. It looked like it bounced back a little bit from the early lows, but we can look at that, and that could be a species we focus on and show you that in September.
Right, thank you.
Story isn't the issue there that I know we used to back right up to Rhode Island. I think Rhode Island may have even fished the first 3 weeks of July. And that was always the case. As soon as we opened, the price dropped both in Rhode Island and here. And then when Rhode Island shut down, the price gradually went back up. And now we've opened the season even earlier because of the huge allocation, and we want to catch the fish. Does that come into play at all in your assessments?
Yeah, I think it does when other states open. And I know that I see Anna Webb raised her hand, and she might be able to help with this. She might have taken a look at it. Can we bring Anna in here?
By all means.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Good morning, yes.
Okay. I haven't looked at specifically price changes, but I have looked at value, and it is tracking this pounds figure almost identically. So there hasn't been a significant change in recent years, and it's tracking other years almost. It's even hard to see some of the other years because it's right on top of everything. So I'm not seeing a large price change for 2022.
Anna, has the gear type changed since the quota was increased for other gear types, or you don't have that level of detail?
I don't have that level of detail now, and won't be able to look at 2022 until mid next year.
Thank you. One last question concerning summer flounder.
Yeah.
The past few years, we've had problems achieving that quota, and we've pointed out the increased temperatures and they're going farther offshore. But as I noted, the temperatures have been cooler. They're getting up higher degrees more recently. So is this tracking to be consistent with the previous years of not achieving the quota, or things are looking positive that we may get more this year?
Well, I think it's tracking pretty similar to last year. And if that's the case, we're not going to get anywhere near the quota. But, you know, we can take another look in September and that'll give us a better look.
Story, we do
That's-
have more liberal rules for the fall fishery in terms of the number of days and also the higher
Limits.
trip limits.
Yeah, so we thought that fall fishery, mid to late fall fishery might benefit from that. So we'll have to wait and see how that all shakes out.
Yeah, that one scratches my head with the temperature theory, but you know, thank you.
Any other questions for Story?
Leo.
Leo, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Just a question maybe for Story. And I just need a little education on this. When we talk about status of the stock of any species, how's that determined? Is that determined by anecdotal population observations, or is it by spawning this the young of year from the spawning biomass? How do we determine the status of a stock?
Well, a variety of factors go into stock assessments. Maybe Bob or Nicola want to take that one.
Sure, Story. I'll take it, give it a shot. Yeah, so essentially, for each of these species, the ASMFC has conducts or NOAA Fisheries, depending if it's federally or interstate managed, conducts a stock assessment. Stock assessments include things like fisheries independent surveys, such as trawl surveys. They include fisheries dependent data, such as landings and catch per unit effort. And then they also often take into account certain environmental factors. And then that's all used in a population model, which gives an estimate of abundance or biomass and an estimate of fishing mortality. And then that's measured against what's called a reference point, which is just a level set for either fishing mortality or biomass for which the stock is either deemed overfished or not. And so if the stock is above that level, it's not above that biomass level, it's not overfished. And if it's below that fishing mortality level that's specified, it's not overfishing is not occurring. And that's where those terms come from. And that's essentially what occurs for each one of these stocks. So when we talk about stock status, so we're talking about the results of those assessments.
Okay, I just lost my train of thought there. I'm sorry about that.
Cool. I think what you're getting at is this high performance by like the commercial bass fishery indicative of a change in the stock? And I think, Bob, you would agree that's probably an issue of availability, not to mention the fact that, in other words, that they're just more available to our fishery this year. In addition, there's probably year classes that are entering into that size range. And finally, we torqued those regulations to liberalize the opportunity for these guys to go back to back to back days. And we didn't force them off the water at 10 p.m. every night. So I'm trying to read your mind. I think that's one of your questions.
Yeah, that was, we talk about any of the species, regardless of whether it's striped bass, bluefish, fluke, whatever. If we say that a fish is overfished and overfishing is taking place, is that indicative of a population that might be dropping, or has that nothing to do with population size?
It's directly related to population size. So in a case where we say it's overfished, another term often used is depleted. Overfished and depleted pretty much mean the same thing. And that means that the population size, the abundance, is very low and in poor condition.
Okay.
Overfishing relates to the rate at which the animals are currently being harvested. So you can have a stock that is overfished, but overfishing is not occurring. So that's a situation whereby the stock is in very poor condition, but the current rate of harvest isn't over that fishing mortality limit. So in some cases, fishing mortality may not be the primary contributor to why the stock is down.
Yeah, thank you. And it helps clarify some things. Therefore, going back to ergo to to the striped bass, because, we're hearing anecdotally that that there's a lot of large fish up here, not necessarily small schoolies, but larger fish. And also I have the people in the fishing clubs on the Cape Cod fly rodders I'm hearing from members that the catching a lot of large fish off Monomoy and the rips. And I'm not getting a lot of reports of people catching a lot of smaller fish. And when I hear that striped bass or any species is overfished and overfishing is taking place, but yet people are saying, hey, we got a lot of big fish, and I can understand the logic. What Mike has said is that, the water's maybe a little bit cooler, therefore the outside fish and easier coming into the closer areas. We just don't want to mix metaphors with this and say, well, okay, hey, the striped bass are really here, and the things are really good, and there's a lot of striped bass, and all of a sudden we have no problems, because one of the laws of ecology is everything's connected to everything else. And I just think that, and I know that DMF is taking this all into consideration.
Yeah, Khalil, if I may, like what as Dan indicated, what we often look at is not necessarily differences in stock status in this case. It's differences in availability. When we're talking about availability, think about whatever size the striped bass stock is on a given year. The proportion of that stock that becomes close to our coast and is available to anglers changes, and that changes because of temperature, bait availability, migration pattern, like a whole host of factors kind of determine whether or not those schools set up. That stock didn't get any bigger or smaller, just the proportion that's right at it on our shores and available to anglers can be greater at any given time. And in fishery science, we deal with this all the time. It's like catch per unit efforts isn't often a good indicator of abundance, because when fish are aggregated and fishermen are good, it gives the illusion that how could there possibly be a problem? We're catching one big striped bass after the other. Yes, because you have access to a disproportionate amount of the stock right in your backyard. And so you're absolutely spot on that the messaging is difficult, but it's one that we're cognizant of.
Yes, and regardless, whether it's striped bass or any other species, that's what people have to understand. And but thank you for clarifying that and supporting what I said, because I think it's an important factor.
Thank you, Khalil. Any other questions on this story?
I'm not seeing any other questions, Mr. Chair.
And we can move on. Recent adjudicatory proceedings.
Sure, I'm going to take this. I think it's timely given some of the issues on the waterfront recently. So I'm going to run through kind of a quick update to the program and then recent hearings over the past couple of years, really focused on this year so far. So just to give you a quick update on the program itself, back in 2020, former General Counsel and Administrative Law Magistrate David Hoover retired, and we hired former Commissioner Mary Griffin to serve as the ad law magistrate. I took over the role of agency representative, which is effectively the prosecutor in these matters. And Julia took over my prior role as administrative law clerk. And we've moved exclusively to a Zoom format for these, both in response to the pandemic and then after it, just out of convenience. 2021, we had 4 proceedings, one dealing with whelk violations that resulted in the revocation of a whelk endorsement, one dealing with egg-bearing lobsters that resulted in a suspension of the permit and a probationary period. The respondent that subsequently transferred out of the fishery. One dealing with black sea bass overages that resulted in the transferring out of the black sea bass fishery and fish paw fisheries, and one dealing with shellfish dealer tags that resolved with the help of DPH and a corrective action plan. Last year, I should say 2022, not 2021. But last year we had 4 matters as well. Matter Michael Botello was numerous charter boat violations. This resulted in the revocation of his charter boat permits and his commercial endorsements for black sea bass and tautog. Then there was his brother David Botello, who was operating without a charter without a charter boat permit. His charter boat permit had previously been revoked, and he subsequently agreed not to participate in any rod and reel fisheries for 5 years, commercial or recreational, in order to maintain his ability to continue to fish shellfish fisheries. We had a permitting matter that was resolved with a resident that dealt with a residency issue that was resolved when we finalized the seasonal lobster permit rule allowing non-residents. And then there was the matter of Brian Roach. Mr. Roach was cited for numerous lobster gear violations back in 2022 or 2021 rather. And this was resolved recently with the revocation of his coastal lobster permit. Mr. Roach has subsequently been getting the gear out of water and returned his coastal lobster permit to law enforcement yesterday. This has kind of been a tenuous situation, particularly down in the Sandwich waterfront. And I hope that now that his permit has been revoked and he has removed his gear, this situation will begin to resolve itself. This year we've initiated, I think we'll probably initiate about 10 to 12 proceedings. I've initiated 6 as of yesterday, with 4 more in the queue. 3 of these 6 proceedings have been initiated. That have been initiated have been resolved. 3 remain ongoing. I'll get to the ones that have been resolved in the next slide. I will not discuss the 3 ongoing ones as they are ongoing. A lot of the increase in proceedings this year is driven by enforcement of the trap gear closure. And in addition to these, we did temporarily suspend 2 permits for falsifying catch reports. This was related to a Outer Cape lobster fishing activity where the Sun was fishing both permits and reporting all catch via VTR, even though one of the permits did not have a federal permit associated with it, and all of the gear was being hauled on one boat and attributed to one permit. They sorted that, and the permits are provisionally reinstated. The 3 matters that we initiated this year that have been resolved was another matter dealing with Mr. Michael Botello. Mr. Botello, after the revocation of his charter permit, maybe not even a month after that, was found taking out a charter out of Fairhaven. We went for the revocation of all remaining, that says charter permits, I should say commercial permits. So it was a revocation of all remaining commercial permits. And that was ruled in our favor. Mike is currently appealing both of these administrative proceedings, the 2021 and the 2022 proceeding in New Bedford District Court. Andrew Aiello was cited for leaving a number of single buoy traps in Gloucester Harbor during the whale closure and there being trap tag violations. He agreed to a 1-year suspension of the permit and subsequent transfer out of the fishery for 2023. So that permit, he no longer holds that permit. It has been transferred to a family member and is subject to a 2-year probationary period once reinstated next year. And then there was the issue of Mr. Matthew Hamilton, and that dealt with lobster overages in the gillnet fishery. And it was resolved with a 2-year suspension of his offshore lobster permit and a 3-year probationary period. So I could take any questions on any of these, but I figured given some of the issues going on the waterfront these days, it would be good to give you an update of where we are with some of these matters.
Questions?
Suki?
Yeah, there's a few major cases going on, Jared. When are they going to be resolved?
They're ongoing. They're all scheduled to go to hearing this fall. I don't think that I don't foresee them being settled, but they're all scheduled to go to hearing this fall. So we'll have a decision by the end of the year, I imagine.
Oh, I was led to believe the hearings were going to take place last month in July on one of the major ones.
That was continued. It was scheduled for actually last week, but it was continued by his attorney due to a conflict with a criminal trial. His attorney that they sat a jury for unrelated criminal trial that they sat a jury for that his attorney was involved in, that there was a conflict with that date.
Yeah, it's just a lot of frustration out there when they see these guys that had the major violations. They're all just setting traps, happy as clams. So,
Yeah, I get that, but we have to, there's a process here, and I'm in it to win the war, even if that involves, slow playing some of these to ensure due process. We want these decisions to stick once they're issued. So, that's been continued out to September 30th, I believe. And I don't think the magistrate's going to move on that date, given there have already been several continuances thus far.
okay, see how it goes. I just hate to report back that nothing's taking place. It's a lot of frustration out there. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Suki. Any other questions for Jared?
Not seeing any other hands, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We can move on to other business. Commission member comments. I'll start with Lou Williams. Lou, any comments?
All set, Ray. Thanks.
Thank you, Lou. Tim Brady, comments.
Just a quick comment. I think probably a lot of you are aware that we had this massive school of menhaden off Plymouth. It lasted about 7 or 8 weeks. It was pinned against Manomet Point and Whitehorse Beach. It's broken up now, broke up a few days ago. It was like nothing I've ever seen. My sonar could not see through that school. So if I was in 25 feet and I got on top of the school when it was tightly packed, my sonar would immediately go to the depth of the top of the school, like 7 or 8 feet, and I had no idea where the bottom was. So it was just interesting to see, because we've never had that close to us there off Plymouth. I understand it's happened in other areas, but I hope the people that understand this stuff better than me can kind of look at it. And I think part of the reason they were able to stay there was because they're in very shallow water, very rocky water, and most of the access to the school was by really small boats, Boston whalers, center consoles. I mean, I could only fish around the edge of it. So it's just an interesting phenomena to have. So the other thing is I'm catching a ton of, and I've probably said this before, ocean pout. So I'm going to try over the winter to see if there's some way DMF can get me some tags or something, because throwing back cod every day, and having Haddock east and north, kind of out of reach of a short trip is tough. It's tough. It's tough throwing so many fish back. And I don't know. I mean, I'm catching a dozen to 15 ocean pout every day in my little patch of the world. So it's hard for me to imagine that they're endangered in any way. And I know it's because there's no science on them. But anyway, I won't take any more of anybody's time on that. But thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Tim. Suki, comments?
Yeah, thanks, Ray. I just like to make the commission aware that I've been under attack by an environmental extortionist as far as my seat goes on this commission, and he's threatening to try to have me removed from the commission. I sent a communication to Jared about this. I'm sure Dan knows about it. I haven't really heard from anybody about this situation, but I just want the other commissioners to be aware that you can be attacked personally and professionally by some people, and it doesn't seem like the division or the Attorney General's office is too interested in trying to rectify the situation. Thank you.
Dan, can you address that?
Well, yeah, it is complicated because in the litigation, Suki was sued in his personal capacity in some aspect of the trial, but then as a commission member. And I know that MLA retained counsel, and I know that our Attorney General's office and the Department of Fisheries and Fish and Games legal counsel, we're in touch with Suki's attorney. I really can't comment on where that is, but I know it's been something they've been working on together. So Suki, I'll reach out to our legal counsel and try to get an update. But I know it's been very, very challenging for all of us.
I think, Dan, the problem is that I'm paying, myself and my association is paying for this, for our lawyer to do this. And we're not, the Attorney General's office are not addressing it is my problem. They were supposed to appoint a special Attorney General, and they just have not done that. And I just continue to get emails and threatened by this particular individual, and we'll see anybody do anything about it. That's all.
I'll work with you on this and with Ron, and we'll get legal counsel involved.
Okay,
Try to get you a
thanks.
better answer.
All right, thanks.
Thank you both. Khalil?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to give a quick report. I live near the Alewife Brook. The Alewife Brook originates in Tobacco Lake, which is bordered by Hamilton and Essex, and the Alewife Brook empties into the Essex River, which is a tidal river, and that Essex River flushes in from Ipswich Bay. And Ben Gahagan, who's the diatomous fish specialist for DMF, he and his team every year set up as they do in other areas in the North Shore, they set up they have a monitoring system where they monitor the number of alewife which come up the Alewife Brook and into Tobacco Lake.
Yeah, I see it. The funny thing is, the phone up.
I'm sorry?
No, continue, Khalil. We're trying to get through this meeting.
Okay, yes. And I've had the privilege of observing this, 'cause I live real close to it, and I've worked with Ben a little bit. I volunteered to do some counting. It's an electronic counter which counts the number of alewife coming up. And this year, we've recorded 32,000 alewife coming up into Tobacco Lake, as compared to last year, which was 9,000. Now, the interesting thing is, again, it's an environmental situation, which is a life cycle disruptor. The young of year hatch in Tobacco Lake, and then in August or September, they're supposed to return to the ocean via Alewife Brook, Essex River, and into Ipswich Bay. But like this year and last year, the river, the Alewife Brook is dried up. So unless those fish can get back, the young can get back, it's a whole young of year which may be lost, because those fish that can make it back to the ocean, as you know, mature, they swim around, 3 to 4 years later, they come back and they find their natal waters to breed again. So it's an interesting thing. I think Ben is doing a great job with it. Just wanted to have a shout out for him. And also it's an interesting monitoring system that he's developed. Thank you.
Thank you, Khalil. Shelley Edmondson.
Thanks, Ray. I just want to give a thanks out to Lieutenant Bass and the rest of the EPO. They came out to the vineyard in early August for our annual Working Waterfront Festival, Meet the Fleet. And it was really great to have them there and let the public get on their boats, and the kids all had badges, and the Coast Guard was there, and our commercial fishermen. So I just wanted to thank Matt for doing that. And next time everyone should come out to the island and enjoy it. It was a lot of fun. Take care.
Thank you, Shelley. Bill Amaru.
Thank you, Ray. Well, it's been a great summer in Mass Bay and Cape Cod Bay for fishing. Some of the businesses were off a little bit on the charter side of it, but everyone that went out did very well. The ground fish fleet for Provincetown and Chatham is almost non-existent anymore, but the boats that have been going for dogfish and skates have been doing okay. Hunting around a little bit more than they'd like to, but they're catching. And it's been great weather, and I don't know that we have anything to complain about. And I think we have a great deal to be thankful for. And that's the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Michael Piedna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to provide a mackerel update. The for-hire fleet and the commercial hook and line mackerel fleet have been providing mackerel samples dating back to May, where we collect the samples, we freeze them, we note the location and note if they're egg bearing or not. Those samples are being forwarded to the Northeast Fisheries Science Center, where they're doing DNA testing on them, as well as assessing the gonads and the egg count and so on to assess whether they're pre or post spawning mackerel. I just like to note that since May, we have seen mackerel on the South Shore all the way out to Stellwagen or beyond, and they're still there. We've seen spawning or egg bearing mackerel from May all the way till 2 weeks ago, which surprised many of us. Our first set of samples that we did get to the Science Center, they validated that they were not Canadian, based on the DNA, they weren't Canadian fish, they were all US fish. And they didn't, they were pre-spawners. And we just dropped off another set of samples that we look forward to the results. But I just wanted to share that with everyone, because the historical details about the mackerel were sketchy previously, and we're helping to provide the science to help with the status of the stock. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And I'll close out the commission side of this, thanking everybody for their participation. I have one question for Jared. There was talk about a live meeting on the vineyard. Has there been further talk about that, Jared?
The September meeting is going to be virtual because of the need for the public hearing before that.
Right.
Look for an October in-person meeting, although Shelley has a conflict with that date, and there's conflicts around the meeting, so I'm not sure the vineyard would be a great location for that.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you all commission members for attending. I'm going to open this back up to public comment. Is there anybody on in the public who wants to comment?
Beth Cassoni, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Beth Cassoni, Executive Director for the Massachusetts Lobstermen's Association. This has been a great meeting. I've learned a lot. Thank you all. And I just wanted to give you a couple of updates on things that I've been hearing on the lobster fishery. I've gotten a few phone calls from lobstermen around the region that they've been put on notice by their lobster dealers that they may be not taking their catch. So I'm wondering if there's anything through the dealers, that you deal with, if you can find out what's going on in the markets and why that's happening. We're going into lobster season now, and that's the last thing that the lobster industry needs, is to be shut off. I am also appreciative to learn that the ITP will be filed this week. And if you could share a copy of that with me, that would be great. Actually looking forward to reading the 200 pages. And the last thing I want to share is we just finalized a contract. We are embarking on a 5-year project with Avangrid and Net Your Problem. And we have been awarded $1 million to do a gear swap. So we will be purchasing on average 1,000 coils of the weak rope with the tracer ribbon in it. And our goal is to get it out to as many fishermen as possible in the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Beth.
Thank you, Ray.
I'm sure the lobstermen will be glad to hear that.
Yep, and it's also open to aquaculture, so we'll be putting it out there for anyone that deals with vertical lines.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Anybody else in the public, Jared? Is Heather still on, or?
Phil Coates.
Can you hear me?
Phil, yes.
Phil.
Okay, good. I got 3 quick things. With regard to this.
Shoot, we lost Phil. Phil, sorry we lost you. You can go again.
How about now?
Gotcha.
Okay. With regard to flounder spawning, there was a study done. There were thousands of flounder tagged in the early 60s, and a small group of people took the data from that, and they put out a rather extensive report about flounder movements, which was used actually as a basis for several management decisions, but it still might have some applicability to the current situation with regard to looking at flounder spawning along the coast and maybe making adjustments. Secondly, I had the good fortune of participating in the, well, some people called it an S show up in off Manamet and, Western Cape Cod Bay. We fished a little bit for striped bass. We saw lots of bad behavior, people gaffing short fish, retaining short fish, which we witnessed at the place where we sell our fish. And that was unfortunate, but it was extraordinary. And to Mike's comment about the relationship between temperature and striped bass, in this particular instance, there was another factor which Tim Brady alluded to, the tremendous abundance of pogies off the bay, off that area, that didn't normally move north like they have in the last several years, taking the bass with them was one of the major reasons that was such a hot spot. And my last comment reflects concern raised previously by Mike and others about the fluke situation in Nantucket Sound and Vineyard Sound. Where are they? Where are they? That's the question. Some people suspect interspecies competition between sea robins and fluke. And if you've ever watched any videos of sea robins, they're extraordinarily aggressive. Perhaps that might be a factor. Hard to say. I wish we could get an answer to that. And on that note, I'll close and thank you for a great meeting and wish you all well for the next foreseeable future.
Thank you, Phil. Anybody else in the public, Jared?
Heather Haggerty.
You're recognized.
Hi, I'm here. I just wanted to mention something about the horseshoe crab fishing limit being raised for bait. I'm concerned that you may have some market problems with that.
Well, thanks, Heather. We just want to raise the limit so that if the demand is there, especially with you as a buyer, that they can meet that demand. But you as a buyer can certainly advise the fleet of what to bring in. And right now, or for the last month, we've been told that the bait limit was constraining, but I understand your point that if there's not much demand, but
right.
I think it'd be best worked out between the dealers and the buyer and the harvesters. But in the instances when the limit is constraining and the biomedical limit is 3 times higher, we just want to see if we can't avoid having more and more boats jump over into that biomedical sector.
Okay. Yeah, we have a unique problem right now where the commercial freezers are full and they're refusing the bait. And some of them have a different certification, so they can't take that bait. But the last question I had, will there be meetings coming up soon about the horseshoe crab situation and the biomedical permits?
Yes, we're planning to talk to the biomedical firms, probably individually, and then hold a industry meeting, I think in September or October. Is that the plan, Jared or Story?
Yeah, that's what we've been aiming for. Is, run through some, more intimate, small scale meetings with individuals and then have a broader industry meeting once you get a firmer grasp on that. So probably the next 6 weeks.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Anybody else from the public?
Nope, that's it.
Well, if that's it, I need a motion to adjourn, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen.
Motion to adjourn.
Somebody Thank you, Shelley. Thank you, Suki. Is there anybody opposed?
No opposition.
No opposition. Thank you. We'll see you next month.
Thanks, everyone.